Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. It is snowing outside today in Canada in the middle of April. Oh Canada, my home and native land. Welcome everybody to the channel. Glad to have you all here. I played Project Zomboid today. It has snowed every day this week so far. I know, Soldier Rat. I know. It is ridiculous. But yeah, we're playing Project Zomboid today, and probably going to wait for the most feral YouTube comments. I put even more engagement bait on my YouTube title that will ruffle the types of feathers that are going to comment, and so that's content. What are you wearing? I'm wearing a polo. It's a polo. It's like a size too big for me, but it's a polo. We have... What are you wearing? It's a polo. Jam, have you never seen a polo before? Jam! We have probably gotten more snow in April than we did in December. That's not the case here, but... Yeah. I also need something for this wall. I just need something. Something for this wall. But yeah. It hasn't stayed, but more has fallen. Yeah. It's very much the same here. We also have like crazy wind. We had crazy wind for the past few days. It's calmed down. But confirmed, Jam has never seen a polo before. So I don't know what to say with Jam. She's never seen a polo before. But yeah, I wear this polo to give a veneer of sincerity that I know what I'm talking about. A very big veneer of sincerity. Do I give off the vibes that I read books? Occasionally. The polo does all the work for me. Anyways, let's get into the Project Zomboid. Let's get into the conversations when I get people commenting, and yeah, that's what we do. I have gotten a message on the Discord. Why have I got message on the? Oh, it's an announcement from a different one. Okay. Every time I get a message on Discord, I'm like, who's that? Because of how rare it is. Would you appear more or less sincere if you're wearing a tuxedo instead of the polo? Well, see, there's like, so here's the thing, old helmet. If I was wearing a tuxedo, I'd look like an asshole. Right? People who wear tuxedos are not red, they're assholes. Which is, it's a weird thing to me that people think that, you know, oh, you gotta wear a tux for your wedding. But you look like an asshole. Oh, look at me, I'm wearing a tuxedo. The height of male fashion. What is the height of male fashion? Wearing a long sleeve shirt that's white and a black coat on indoors. At least with the polo. Sci-art GWs by definition. Yes. I see you vexed. But yeah, like, whereas a polo, you look like you're comfortable, but you know, the collar adds everything. Don't do it, I suppose it wouldn't be good. Yeah, I'm not going to attempt to try to get into a tux. There we go. We got Project Zomboid up and running. The collar does a lot of work. Meanwhile, Odin is always dressed to impress. My game crashed. Niece, what's this? Breakfast at Tiffany's. We're playing Project Zomboid. The game just crashed on me. It is what it is. But yeah, Breakfast at Tiffany's. We're playing Project Zomboid. It's a zombie apocalypse simulator. I have the little former cult member, now an atheist, can always start a conversation. As basically, hey, if you want to start a conversation, you can start a conversation. Thanks for the laugh. I have to go back, but I may be back. Stay safe. Whoa, I just read your thing. I was asking what the game was. Yeah, the game is Project Zomboid. It's a zombie apocalypse simulator. Are you obsequious? I actually don't know what that word means. I'm scared. I've been looking for a new game, so I'm going to see what this game is hitting for. It's a fairly realistic zombie apocalypse survival simulator. You can play it with friends, it's getting more updates, and yeah, it's pretty brutal. How are you, man? I am good. I gotta know what obsequious is. What is this word? Someone who is excessively eager to please, praise, or obey authority figures, often fawning and sincere. Oh, a cuck. Yeah, I'm not a cuck. How do I explain it? But it's like similar to acquiesce, obeisance. It's like the verb of like obeisance almost. Did you see the new game that's supposed to be replacing The Sims as competition called Zen Koi, I think? Something like that? No, I have not seen that game whatsoever. Although, if you want a kind of, like, brutal Sims replacement, this is the game for you! This is a pretty brutal. Are you afraid that you go against God by not believing? No. No, because I don't believe God exists. So why would I be afraid of something that doesn't exist? For instance, are you afraid that Dr. Doom is going to hurt you because you haven't portrayed him as your Lord and Savior? As like the leader of Latveria? No. Are you still coming to North Carolina? No, I am not planning to go to North Carolina. I want to see what this... Is this on Steam? Yes, it's on Steam. It's pretty popular. As you can see, the mountain of corpses I have had to do to protect my home. I have killed... my character survived for 8 days now, and I've killed 425 zombies. God is going to reveal himself to you when you least expect it. Oh, please let him reveal himself to me when I'm jerking it. Please let him reveal himself to me while I'm looking at Waluigi hentai. And then I could just look at him like, okay, we can explain here. Mansu, I'm a believer too, but this isn't the place. I mean, this kind of is. I mean, like, I am kind of getting people to talk about it if they want to have a conversation. But I mean, there's a difference between conversation and proselytizing. I don't want to get into that stuff because I don't agree with your logic, but that's irrelevant right now. You're just a dude on YouTube showing me a possible new game. That's all I care about. Sure. But other people also exist in the chat. Hello, Starry. Good to see you. All other people exist in the chat, and... yeah. Okay. Let us see where these zombies take us. You just called my man Sue a prostitute? Did I? What? When? When did I do such a thing? You don't curse, that is good? I typically don't. that's just due to my upbringing. That's what I'm saying. I personally do not want to protect that you're bringing up. I mean, other people are bringing it up. That's all. How's the Land of Zombies? I have actually survived, like, surprisingly well, all things considered. Like, it's kind of crazy how much I did. So do you upgrade weapons, craft items? Oh, yeah. It's a crafting survival sim. Open world. The map is pretty big. It takes place in Kentucky in 1993. Oh, that's a lot of zombies. Hey. Oh god. There's a sprinter. It's fairly yeah, it's open world map, yeah. And they've been making it bigger. Do you still listen to Christian music? No. I was born in 1993 too. 93, I was but a wee lassie. Yeah, this game takes place kind of in that area of time. It's why there's not all the same technology. But there's still a lot of technology that's familiar. You say you can play online? Yeah, you can play on servers with friends if you want. Currently, I'm doing a single-player world. Right now, my guy's getting a little sick from corpse sickness right now. And Starry, you look like you were born in 98. You look younger than me, Starry. You can't say you were a wee lass. Was this a game you would play as your friends? Oh yeah, 100%. I tried to play you at one point. But then the file corrupted. So now I'm back to playing, essentially, myself. Like, I also chose the traits that most align with what I am. Like, I'm a construction worker, I've taken soul healer, short-sighted, soul metabolism. I remember, sounds like my luck, yeah. But now I'm playing on, like, a version of this game that's incredibly difficult. I'm nearing 40 quicker than I'd like. Well, you don't look older, you don't look a day over 30. Saberith, on the other hand, looks like he's 50. And you create your character? Oh yeah, you create your character all with their own traits. You level up your skills, including your fitness skills and all that sort of stuff. Saber is younger than I am. Unfortunately, for him, he does not know how to take care of himself. Getting more interesting by the minute? Hell yeah. But right now, there is like one drawback to this game, which I don't personally mind as a drawback, but there are periods in this game where there's a lot of grinding and a lot of like basic stuff. So like, for instance, I'm trying to read this book to get an XP multiplier for one of my skills. So it takes a while. This game is called Project Zomboid. JW sounds tiring. Trying to get to heaven by doing good deeds sounds very tiring. JWs don't even believe that all people go to heaven. JWs don't even believe that. They only believe 144,000 go to heaven. But yeah, there's a plenty of different playstyles in this game. I take a more direct approach to this game. I've been playing it for a long time. The sea of corpses. I'm happy I came across this. Cool. I was talking earlier how I need. So this is good. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. I play this game fairly often. I might be playing with friends eventually too, when they actually get that server up and running. But playing with friends is pretty easy for me. Because A, they don't play on the same difficulty settings that I play on, and I play on very high difficulty settings. And number two, just having more people around helps. And I'm probably playing on, like, there is technically one more difficulty option that could be slightly harder without just going full sprinters, which would be, like, almost impossible, I think. In Revelations is 144,000, but also a crowd of uncountable people, so most Christians believe many go to heaven. Oh yeah, I'm well aware of what most Christians believe in. JWs believe that only, though, that a specific group does. Yo, say Jennifer, I subbed. What an odd thing to say. Oh god, Sprinter! Say Jennifer. Say Jennifer. I've said say Jennifer. May engage in inappropriate physical contact, violating personal semantic boundaries. No. No, you may not. No. Bad. Oh god! Oh god, that's two sprinters! Also, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, this is bad. Just get to the fence, get to the fence, get to the fence, get to the fence. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. Oh, that was... Oh, Poppy, that was not pleasant. Holy dynamo, that was... Okay. That scared the piss out of me. I was like, I saw my life flash before my eyes. I'm like, I sat there and I'm like, I might die here right now. I might lose all my progress. 2 days worth of progress. Gone. Reduced to atoms. I was not prepared. Mentally. At all. Ooh. I was not prepared. There's 2 zombies making me run all the way. Oh, look at all the zombies that it drew.
Hey!
The probability. The probability of what? Perfect time for squats? Oh, I have to do squats now? Okay, I'll do squats. Give me a sec. I'm working on it, sorry. Working on it. I had to do 10 squats. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Aqua needs exercise. Riley is raiding with a party of 11. You have all come to see me do squats. OMG, Seth Rogen. I am not Seth Rogen. I'm not. Anyways, here's 10 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not Seth Rogen. Guys. Anyways, thanks for the raid. I have a lot of stuff happening. Today we're playing Project Zomboid and apparently doing squats. And being called Seth Rogen. Not enough squats. Well, you've got points. OMG, Seth Rogen. Every day I wake up, I see his face in the mirror. Guys. In the Bible it says that only God can read your heart, so Satan can only insert thoughts and read how you react. Okay? But what does Satan say? You gotta hear both sides of the argument. If we're going to treat them as real. But yes, welcome Raiders. I guess I should do my little thing. Yeah, my name's Aqua7729, Tristan Dad's a lot, whatever you like to call me. I do a variety of content, typically, wow, it only says I have 2 viewers on Twitch. Probably says he is not real unless you're under direct influence. Well, then why do Satanists exist? You gave me one word that I forgot. Atheist and something else. Agnostic. Tika. Agnostic. Oh god. Oh. Probably agnostic. I'm going to guess it's agnostic. Says 8 for me. It only says 2 for me. Anyways, hello, my name's Aqua. Tristan Dazzlewaddle. Whatever you like to call me. I do a variety of content, usually strategy simulation. But occasionally I talk to people in my YouTube comments with interesting philosophical things. I'm a former cult member, a former Jehovah's Witness, so I try to make this a safe place for everybody, but I do talk about, you know, sensitive subjects such as politics, theology, religion, and philosophy. Welcome to the channel. God equals omniscient, while Satan isn't. How do you know? Because the book that God wrote says that he is? What about Satanists? Well, you gotta talk to Satanists to get an idea. Like, under the assumption that maybe this thing is real, right? How do you know God is omniscient? We don't believe in Satan? Well, some do. But, like, I'm, like, working under the assumption of these things are true, right? It's just like, how do you know God is omniscient? Because the Bible says it's true? The book, which has been written by multiple people, turned over 50 times by other over that book? Yeah. That book. That book. Also, I might be able to get another gun here. Hell yeah. Give me that gun. You don't have a gun, you just have a holster. You're bloody useless. Vonda Plunkett. Whose last name is Plunkett? Don't you think if there's a double, so to defeat or protect us, there's a god or someone? Have you ever read stories by H.P. Lovecraft? Just because it feels nice, is that true?
Hey.
And what if the devil, for example, there's a whole branch of Christianity called Gnosticism. Which believe the God of the Old Testament is the demiurge / Satan, and Jesus is the true God, or at least someone brought before the real God. So, in effect, Satan in Gnostic Christianity is all-powerful in this reality. And so Gnostic Christians want to be taken from this reality to the true reality because the material world is problematic. So some Christians even believe that the Old Testament God was evil. Nah, tell me. And I mean, H.P. Lovecraft is a whole series of books where eldritch creatures exist that are effectively gods that do not give a feck about humanity. Or, like, at best, they don't give a feck. At worst, they actively hate humanity and like messing with it. There is no hope for humanity. There's a sea of... Yeah. It's called cosmic horror. Why don't you believe in God? Because I don't believe I don't see rational reasons to believe in God. Or at least enough rational reasons to. Things in the universe are contingent. They depend on other things for their existence. The universe as a whole is also contingent. How do you know it's contingent? How do you know that it's contingent? You don't, is the problem with that. Is you actually don't know it's contingent. Right? It must be necessary bearing that explains why all things exist. Right? So how do you know it's contingent? Just because some things are, right? Like, our current understanding with physics is that the universe has always been. That's like our current understanding. Of course, we don't know, but how do you know? Hello, Adelph. Oh, it's Gustav! The guy with the crazy name! Humans cannot know that God exists and infer some attributes, but cannot fully know God's essence or what actually God is. It's something we can't possibly comprehend. And therefore, it's just that alone is that alone shows that you can't know God. And if you can't know God, then you can't believe in him. You can't comprehend these nuts. Because all things contingent what we know about. Okay, so that's a God of the gaps. We don't... Anyways, have a good night, Riley. That's a God of the gaps, right? It's like, hey, this thing... you can't explain this thing, therefore it's my assertion, which your assertion has very little understanding. It's like, oh, the watchmaker, it's just the teleological argument. The main reason I don't believe in God is that there are so many religions and you don't know who is right and wrong. It's kind of fake to hear that there's only one. Maybe I shall believe. I mean, one of my favorite quotes about a religion is, not all religions can be right, but all of them can be wrong. I mean, the Old Testament God was all about punishing, going up against his own 10 amendments, as he said, while in the New is all about God and Jesus trying to bring all humans. I mean, sometimes, yeah. I mean, the New Testament, you can try to infer that's what it means, but some parts of the New Testament is, hey, Israel needs to be a true state again. The physics laws have properties. For example, gravity. Those laws need a beginning too. Do they? How do you know? Right? One of the potential theories that we have an understanding of is that, for instance, right? All religions can't be right, but all religions can be wrong by Aqua. Well, that's not by me. I didn't make that quote. That was somebody else's quote. That's somebody else's quote, not mine. So when it comes to like our understanding of the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang, we know a lot about like the first events that happened after the initial event. But it is possible, based on how our universe like goes out and then quite likely can contract at the end of everything, that it just keeps doing that. So there never was a point where it stops. So yes, our particular iteration of the universe had a beginning, but that doesn't mean the universe itself had a beginning. Of course, we don't functionally know that, right? We don't, it's like, there's still a lot more work to be understand of how that works. But asserting that something created that is a big claim that you can't just say, hey, this argument exists. Right? Not to mention that other deities, like, at the very least, maybe you're right, there is a god that started all this nonsense. But at the very least, I have very rational reasons to think that there is no god that we have seen or come up with that is that god. Because it would go contradictory to knowledge and understanding and rational reason. So even if it was, we knew something started it, like a conscious entity, which is in itself problematic, you won't know. Like, even if we give you all the benefits of the doubt, none of the gods that humanity has come up with comes close to describing that god. Don't you ever think why humans are the special one? We aren't. Humans aren't special. That's where I think a lot of people get it wrong. Humans are not inherently special. Please do the spoon trigger today. What the feck is a spoon trigger? A loop can keep running, but it still depends on the code? Does it? Maybe for like understanding like how we do things and build things, sure. But other ideas of how the universe started, and granted, I'm not a physicist. It's really hard to explain the physics of these things, but there are scientific models that we have created to explain that the universe has never had a beginning. Ever. But at the very least, you run into another problem. You say, Here's the biggest problem with the teleological argument. You say the universe needed something contingent. So God was the contingent. So then where did God come from? And if you're going to say, well, he exists outside time and space, he exists outside of all these things, well, then he's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. And since it's unfalsifiable, what's the point? They saw with different perspectives? Yeah. People are not a fan when, like... Hi, Phylan. There is evidence of beginning. Yeah, but where's the evidence of the beginning of God? God is a necessary being to hold all things together. Well, you're pushing back. You just contradicted your statement that everything is contingent. That's special pleading. Everything is contingent except this one thing. That's special pleading fallacy. So there are probability to happen everything. I mean, in an infinite universe, I mean, that's why, like, Boltzmann brain theory exists. We're gonna get out of here. Why is that special pleading? I trust in the Lord. Special pleading fallacy is a logical fallacy. There is no evidence of beginning. It's a theory. Modern mathematicians also theorize the universe as a result of constant expansions and contractions. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, too. But it's special pleading that if you want to say that everything is contingent on something, but this one thing is, without giving a good reason as to why it's not, or at least a rational reason as to why it's not, that's special pleading. That's a special pleading fallacy. Right? And the only possible rational thing you can say is they exist out of time and space, or outside logic, or outside the ability to understand, in which case, once again, you caught yourself in a hole where you can't prove God exists. It goes into an infinitely regressive argument. If God exists, don't you surprised? I don't know what that means. If God existed, like, it's... okay. I probably wouldn't change much about my life. To me, the trying to understand, like, oh, where God comes from is, like... Space is expanding, leftover cosmic radiation still exists. Yeah. God is outside contingency. That is not special. It is an exception to the rule. But why is it an exception to the rule? Why are they an exception to the rule? That's the important question. Why? You can't just say they are an exception to the rule without providing a reason as to why they are the exception to the rule. Otherwise, that's special pleading. Is just bold and exhausting that people interpret scientific, I deduct that this could happen, but we don't know, as you are right, checkmate, God exists. Because he is necessary to begin the loop. Well, that's circular reasoning. That's circular reasoning, right? How do we know God exists? Well, because he created the universe. Well, how did he create the universe? Well, because he just did it, right? He is necessary to begin the loop. Well, how is he outside the loop? Well, because he's needed to be outside the loop. Right? That is an infinite loop. God as a concept is loop. Does he have it has a beginning, yeah. That's an infinitely regressive argument and not logical or rational. He is necessary to begin the loop, so he is outside the loop. That's a circle. Outside cause and effect. If he is outside cause and effect, that means he is outside of the natural understanding and possible understanding. So you cannot use logical reasoning to explain that he exists. You can't. Because that would be, once again, your outside rational thinking. Yeah. You also, and this is this is just the problem with the argumentative formatting. He is not, no he's not. At Golden Soloing 0331. Who is he? Once again, you're entering logical, irrational arguments. They're like irrational arguments. They don't work. Right? You're saying he is outside cause and effect because he is the cause of everything. Once again, that's an infinite loop. So I'm talking to Special. God is not the cause of anything because he doesn't exist. I mean, sure. I'd agree with that statement, or at least I have no logical reason to believe that they exist. No raccoon on here eating corpses. I mean, I'm fairly sure if they started eating... these corpses are not good to eat. I mean... yeah, it's not a good time. But yeah, like, the reason why, once again, I am an atheist is because I don't have a reasonable, rational, logical reason to believe that he exists. And I've heard these arguments before. You are bringing up a teleological argument, which I've heard many, 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 many times before. If I tell someone that I don't believe in God because I don't see him, so people say stupid questions. Did you saw aliens? Did you saw supernova? So what should I tell them? I don't think it's a good argument to say I don't believe in God because I don't see him. Because there are plenty of things that we don't see. What you should say is that I don't believe in God because there is no possible way to detect him. That way it's a little bit more specific. We can detect supernovas. We can actually see supernovas. We can detect some of the smallest quantifiable things in the universe. Quarks. We can detect photons. We can detect things outside of, like, vision, right? We have reasonable, testable, conclusive ways to detect things. So ask them. Don't put the burden of proof onto yourself. Ask them, how can they detect God? Rationally, every single time. Would controlled biological consumption of Mr. Aqua be considered experimentally acceptable under current physiological constraints? Only if I consented. Only if I consented. There was a whole court case in Germany about that, actually. God is the only coherent candidate for a necessary being because only a being that its own sufficient reasons whose essence is existence. I hear Germany. Oh yeah, Germany has a funny little thing where they had to... One guy asked for his body to be eaten by another guy. And the courts were like, you can't do that, that's wrong. God is the only coherent candidate for a necessary being because only being that its own sufficient reason. How do you know that? Once again, that's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. How can you prove that claim wrong? You can't prove that claim wrong. And since you can't prove a claim wrong, like if there's no possible way to show that X is not equal to X through methods, then it's a non-falsifiable hypothesis and therefore useless. So if they say do prayer and meditation, you will find God. Everybody who does prayer and meditation will find God. There are plenty of atheists who've done that. In fact, I did prayer and meditation for most of my life, and I don't think God exists. So, that's not a good working model. If you first proven it must be God and not just reality itself. I think there's a case in some Eastern Europe country when that cannibalism thing happened too. I know what happened in Germany specifically, which is why I laughed. Do not eat the aqua. I do not want to be eaten. Not a big fan. Why are you so loud? Oh wow, you all want my booty. I don't know if I would become a vegan if the meat wasn't so delicious. I mean, the reason why I'm not a vegan is because, like, the whole concept of veganism, like, I understand it, but I think it's, like, flawed in a way. Because life needs to eat life to exist. Right? So why are we making a distinction for certain kinds of things and not others, right? We're making a distinction, like, granted, I'm all for animal rights. No question, right? And I'm not saying, like, being a vegan is wrong. But I personally think that there's a kind of a problem with it because, like, life needs to eat life. And people are making a very artificial distinction between life forms because it is based on what they feel like. It's basing of people. Who does it, but I'm biologically an omnivore? All life needs to eat life. Hello, Toby. Right? Plants need to eat life. Bacteria needs to eat life. For the most part. Right? Essentially, all creatures eat life of some kind. There are some that exist that don't. But those are very rare. And very far and few between. It is... Yeah. Hey, do you have a horizontal stream? I can't listen to the vertical stream at work because I turn off the screen. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Aqua7729. Exactly. Like, WeChat needs to eat Mr. Aqua. Don't eat me. Life eats life. Yeah. Life needs to eat life to exist. It's also the reason. It's also the reason why abiogenesis doesn't just keep spontaneously happening. So I just find that the distinction between life to be very arbitrary, and like I get it. It's just like, oh, these animals can feel pain, but I mean, plants can feel pain, just not the same way that others do. Answer my question up there. Oh, okay. Like, when they tell the book to read about God and go places where you saw something like God, well, how do they know it's God? Right? How do they know? They can't prove it. Why does everybody want to eat me? Like, if you go to these places, how do you know they saw God, right? All these people also have conflicting different beliefs. If you go to a Hindu temple, they're going to see different gods than a Christian church or a mosque, right? So you're going to get conflicting ideals and conflicting ideas. Once again, you come into the idea that not all religions can be right, but all of them can be wrong. Why trust reason? Because it is the only thing that we can work off of. It's the same reason of, like, why do we understand logic? Why do we work with logic? Why do we use math? Why do we trust math? Because it's the only thing that has always worked. What I do think is that there should be methods and change on lifestyles to reduce the meat consumption to protect the environment. Absolutely. And that's why I'm, like, excited to see, like, stuff like cloned meat, for instance. Priests say something that you may believe that it exists. Well, how's that a model for understanding things? Right? How is that a model? That's not a model, that's a belief. Once you're talking about faith, you've completely gone outside of rationalism. That's not a model. That's faith. Completely different. Why would one man sacrifice himself so we can live peacefully? Why? Is a good question. That's loud. A hot trucker? Yeah. Couldn't be me. Let's bring this back home. First time saw this man speechless? Oh, no, I'm just focused. Because there was nobody talking. But yeah, once again, Tika, when you're talking about faith, as soon as you have a person just says, try it out, or believe it, fake it till you make it, that's not rational. That's faith. Faith is not inherently rational. But yeah, I also need, like, stuff in my chat to be talking. We need to create the faith meter. I don't think we need to. Why should I brute physical stuff conform to abstract necessary truths at all? Because both matter structure and the physical are grounded in a single necessary mind. That is an interesting assertion. Why don't you back that up with a source? You have made an assertion, now prove it. You can't just use a syllogism to try to prove something. Right? Oh man, I bought Zomboid, haven't started yet. Tam O'Shanter, it's a good game. I highly recommend it. It's a pretty good game. I doubt you'll be disappointed. This place is scary, but I love fog. Oh yeah, this is not a good time. What is your answer for those who say, who made the Earth so perfect? Gravity, green, grass, tree. Okay, so that's basically the watchmaker argument / that's teleological argument, right? So there's a few things. One, the Earth is not placed perfectly in our solar system. With our current understanding of science, we could make a planet more suited for habitable human life if we have the power to do so. And we have the math to back that up, right? You are a cult member. I was a cult member. I defo will start, looks up my alley. What kind of cult were you in, pal? Regards from Scotland. Scotland forever. No, I was a Jehovah's Witness. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. That is not cool. What is not cool? This polo? I've already been told that, if you're wondering. Polo is not supposed to be cool. It's supposed to look dignified. But things aren't, they're only made perfectly because we think that they are, right? This Earth can kill you every second day of the week. To think that this Earth is perfectly made for human habitation is kind of laughable. We live despite what the Earth throws at us, not the other way around. Mathematical truths are necessary and abstract physical reality conforms to them precisely. No. Mathematical understanding conforms around physical reality, not the other way around. Because math is based off physical reality. Physical reality is not based off math. There's already a problem with that. This conformity needs an explanation. The explanation is we created math to understand our physical reality. There's the explanation. Perfect. There's a lot of innocent things in geology and biology. We have a shared digestive and respiratory hallway. We have a considerable chance to die while eating, among other problems. I was raised partly by Jehovah's Witnesses. My childminders, the ladies who watched me, were lovely, but I felt the hall itself was pretty toxic. It is not considered a cult in legality here. Yeah, when I say cult, I'm kind of like engagement baiting, and when I say cult, I also specifically mean high control groups, right? Following Steve Hassan's bite model method. Sub for actually interesting? I'm not that interesting, but I appreciate it regardless. How you change people's minds who are extremely religious, like old people? You don't. Give up on the idea of trying to change people's minds. People need to be able to change their own minds. You will not be able to change people's minds. That's not how changing people's minds work. They need to be... You can use all the rational logic. You can be the most charismatic person in the world. And people will still be like, nah. And that goes for atheists, too. Atheists will do that, too. But, yeah, you can't change people's minds. You can only give arguments to get people. You weren't a subscriber? I appreciate it, once again. But, yeah. That was one of the things that I learned while leaving my cult. Or my faith, was that you can't change people's minds. If they don't want to, they're not going to. In fact, it's kind of unnatural. Our brains naturally don't want to change our minds. If mathematics is just a physical abstraction, why does mathematics develop with zero physical motivation repeatedly turn out to describe new physical reality discovered later? The glove was not molded to the hand, the glove was made in the dark, and the hand grew to fit it perfectly. No. There are plenty of times where we've fiddled around with math to try to make it work. Tons of things. Right? Like, Once again, math is based off physical reality. Physical reality is not based off math. About geology, there are a lot of places that have high tectonic activity. If you research about the Permian Triassic extinction was catastrophic, the Earth released gas that killed millions of species. Yeah. Earth is far from perfect. It's pretty cult-like. I saw a lot of power disparity in the community. My parents were atheists and said to minders, be honest, your faith, but don't convert the kids. Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with that. Did you ever watch the old JW propaganda videos where they are hiding in a basement waiting to be killed by outsiders? Did you ever believe that? It's not even that old, for one. Number two, yes. Yes, the infamous bunker videos. I remember those. So if someone's a religious person, someone confess you that God exists, will start. I need you to re-ask that question, Tika. I don't get the question you're asking. God, this fog is horrible. The mathematician is not describing the physical world. They're describing something cleaner than the physical world. Something the physical world only approximately resembles. I disagree with that. I disagree with that entirely. Fucking geometry. I need to see these, lol. The bunker videos? Oh, man. The bunker videos, I remember. That was 2016? 2016? Yeah, it might have been 2016. Where those videos came out. And they were... The persecution complex that Jehovah's Witnesses have specifically is incredible. Part of their theology is that they're going to be the last religion standing after all religions have been banned throughout the entire earth. Like, that's part of their theology. Good for you hosting a healthy, cheerful debate with the viewers. I like to consider them as conversations. Someone religious person who confesses you that God exists, will you start believing in it? I have plenty of religious people confess that God exists to me pretty much every time I stream. That doesn't mean that I start believing it. I don't quite get the question you're asking. Also, this fog is horrible. Alright, I'd like to loot some more of this building, please. The geometry that turned out to be physically true was developed with zero physical motivation, purely by dropping an axiom and following the logic. And that logic is based off physical realities, right? Those laws of logic that we have developed are entirely based off material reality. If material reality was different, logically it would follow that our rules for logic would be different. We developed the rules around the physical material universe, not logic around, right? If humanity didn't exist, those processes would continue going on. Those processes, natural processes of the universe would continue to go on. You don't need an observer, and the laws of logic would never be conceptually put into a brain. The universe would just keep doing its thing. How long ago did you leave the JW... we need to create a God meter. How long ago did you leave the JW community? I left about almost 5 years ago. July 11th is when there. I left basically during COVID, because I finally was given the time to critically think about my beliefs. What is opinion for those who say that they saw God or feel the energy of God? What time is it there? It's 1:30 p.m. The same way I feel about everybody who has experiences that are supernatural, right? Pretty much me and almost everyone on Earth can agree that people can experience, like even theists, can experience things that are not real, right? Whether it be through like mental health, such as schizophrenia, or through altered experiences, such as drugs, or just weird things that we don't quite understand, right? Sometimes we come across something that we just don't know, or see something that is not real. We see a shadow in the dark, and it ends up being and we think it's a person, but in reality, it's a coat, right? So, it is far more likely to me that these people are not experiencing God. Oh, someone soloing. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. How old are you, if you don't mind? Did you meet a lot of resistance leaving, and did your life change a lot? I am 27, turning 28 this year. And I met a lot of resistance, and so much resistance that I haven't talked to my family since I left. Well, more accurately, they haven't talked to me. They have completely cut me out of their life. The moment you say logic comes from matter, you have used logic to say it, and thereby assuming logic is reliable enough to establish metaphysical conclusions. You cannot use logic to undermine logic without the argument collapsing under its own weight. Logic is an axiom. We don't... the ability to philosophize where logic comes from is something that nobody has figured out. Logically. But what's interesting to me is like, it's a tool. You're a mature 27. I hope things get easier. I try my best. Logic is an axiom. Congratulations. But it's an axiom that works. We use it as an axiom. Congratulations. If you're going to say that logic comes from God, then you're going to run into a problem that A, God is outside of logic and therefore illogical, and therefore you can't use logic to prove them, or logic comes after God, and then really how can God create logic if logic existed before he did? So the problem you are trying to do is like, did logic exist before thought? Is the question I put for you. I say no, because it makes more sense to me that logic existed along with thought. Processes of nature continue to exist with or without thought, though. So that's why I come to the logical assumption and axiom that logic is based off of reality, and not reality is based off of logic. Dude, you'd be a great addition to the Deconstruction Zone crew with Justin. He went to seminary school and can rattle off verses like machine, and his Discord hosts a lot of smaller channels. I don't think I'm that cool yet. I don't think I'm that cool. I don't think... I feel like I'm pretty good at, like, deconstructing things, but a lot of me... I use a lot of intuition. And sometimes it can be very difficult for me to, like, rationally explain why I'm thinking that way until after the event is concluded. I mean, I'd be cool if I got noticed for that, and I wouldn't say no, but I don't think I'm that cool. I've got 100 subscribers. I just got 100 subscribers yesterday, so I don't think I'm that cool. But I would say no, that'd be fun to do. Why would a universe built on axiomatically chosen logic have to match the axioms we chose? That fit still needs explaining. Congrats? What the feck is congrats, Phylad? Oh, thank you, Phylad. Congrats. Thank you. Why would a universe built on axiomatically chosen... I don't think the universe was built on axiomatically chosen logic. I don't think the universe is built on that. Like, at all. I think the universe has natural processes that are observable and predictable. And so we have developed logic around that to be able to do that. Logic is a language, right? Same as how, like, math doesn't, like, exist materially, or even fiat currency exists materially. We still use it as if it did exist materially to be able to explain and make our lives more easier to understand in our day-to-day. You're definitely that cool, my guy. His thing is knowing the Bible. Your thing is gaming and chat interaction. I mean, I use gaming because I need something to do with my hands. And I've always liked gaming. So I combine both of them together. And, like, I know the Bible pretty well. I've read the Bible a few times. And generally, it's going to be, like, obviously this guy that you're talking about, Justin, he's going to know it better than I am. But I'm pretty knowledgeable about it, right? I don't... I know a little bit about the guy. A little bit about the Bible, for sure. For example, one of my favorite things is, like, the idea that the Gospels are somehow incredibly, like, linked to each other. And it's just like, all four of them tell different stories. Look at how the Romans are portrayed between Mark and John, and you'll see a night and day version. All written work is propaganda in some form or another. But yeah, if I get contacted by people, I want... Oh god! I was just curious about who we will become extinct. What? Thailand, what? What? What are you on about? What the fuck are you even saying? I feel like Christianity, Islam, etc. stole their ideas from Zoroastrianism, 2,000-year-old folklore, in my humble opinion. Who will be responsible for our extinction? Most likely humanity. But, I mean, yes and no. So, like, yes, the Aramaic faiths are influenced heavily by Zoroastrianism. The reason why they're influenced by Zoroastrianism is because the Jews in Babylonian exile that came back were influenced. For example, the idea of good and evil, like something is good, like the ultimate good versus the ultimate evil, that's very Zoroastrian. And that concept didn't really exist in ancient Judea. In ancient Judea, they primarily focused on what you ought to do versus what you ought not do. That's why the Book of Job is written the way that it is. I'm doing multiple stuff and my dyslexia isn't helping. Trump. Oh yeah, I can see Trump being possible. Well, I'd hope to think that humanity would be better than letting that madman do bullshit like letting humanity die. Freddie Mercury was a Zoroastrian. That's cool. Zoroastrianism is really cool. I'm rereading the Bible at the moment out of spite, and it's the first time I've used the NRSV, and I have to say it's very clear and non-biased in its term. Which Bible do you read? I don't really read anymore. I used to read the New World Translation all the time because Jehovah's Witness, but the American Standard Version is perfectly fine for me. Like, for the most part, the American Standard is going to be good enough. Like, I'm not a Bible scholar, so I don't need to get into the super nitty-gritty, so for the most part, the American Standard is going to be okay. At least to get a point across. If I'm planning to use it as a point. I forgot that I brought this griddle pan. If logic is purely a human tool, then it could have been otherwise. Different tools were possible. But consider every civilization independently converged on the same basic logical structures. Not because they copied each other, because as reality resisted ideological descriptions, each culture discovered the contradictions led to predictive failure. Every culture found that modus ponens works. So, there's a few problems with that. They couldn't have been possible. right? There's a reason why other civilizations independently made pyramids. Because those pyramids are really easy structures. Right? To make, comparatively speaking. The geometry lines up. They did that entirely independent of each other because that's how reality works. That's how the forces that go around their work works. So the reason why all these different cultures came to the same ideas about logic is because that's how reality works. If they tried to base it off things that were not real, they would have been wrong and wouldn't have gotten anywhere. So, yeah, the tool is the same because we live in the same reality. Did you change career after leaving JW? No. I am still a landscaper. Although I do want to go back to school. Unfortunately, money has always been struggling for me. Like, I'm not, like, yes, I think that logic is a human tool. That doesn't mean I think that it's subjective. Right? The reason why it's not subjective is because it's based off objective reality. What you want to study? I'm either going to be practical and pick up a trade, or, and what I'd prefer to do, is become a therapist. Counselor, specifically. You're a smart man, defo go to school? Yeah, I unfortunately need the money to do that. You think that's empty. But yeah. I want to do like therapy / counselor. Therapy is a mind gold with your viewers. All of them want to eat you. Bro! Here the historical record matters. The Great Pyramid gives us a line to the true north and accuracy. Yeah, because we get them to us. As an atheist, can you justify things like logic or math? Logic or math are axioms, tools that humankind, we're just actually talking about this. Logic and math are tools that humanity uses to understand and model reality with, to be able to come to predictions. That is why logic and math is a thing. Jesus loves you. Aw, that's nice. Too bad he's dead. I'm sorry. Anyways, appreciate the thought. Jesus died for you. I think he died for political reasons, actually. In fact, that's what your book says. He died for political reasons. Did the laws of logic or math exist before humans? The processes of which we... But the tomb is empty. Okay. Where's his tomb? Can you go to Jesus' tomb today? And check that it's empty? Bet you can't. Did the laws of logic or math exist before humans? The natural processes that exist, that we base laws of logic and math on, exist before humans. But our codifying them and creating these models of logic and math existed because of thought / humans existing. Why does this pyramid exist rather than not? Why here? Why this size? Simple or complex? A contingency question remains. A single grain of sand on a single beach is maximally simple, but if you found it engraved with a message, it's... Are axioms that can be put under scrutiny and proven to be physical and measurable means God turned to be dogma instead of an axiom because cannot be compared to other deities measured or compared remains as an exception? Where did they exist? The processes? Or logic or math? Why does a pyramid exist? Because of, once again, you're talking about contingency. You're running into the same problem that God also requires a contingency if you're thinking that everything needs a contingency. You run into the same problem. Where did they exist? Are we talking about logic or are we talking about the natural processes? Because you're asking, like, hey, where does gravity exist? Everywhere. Where does... Right? Where does... Logic is axiomatic. Mathematics is abstracted from physical reality. Order structures emerge from simple rules. Therefore, there is no need to posit a necessary mind behind rational order. Jesus is the most historically proven character in the world. Okay. He existed. Fantastic. You know who else existed? Muhammad. Do you think he shattered the moon? Explain the Shroud of Turin? It's a forgery. Explain multiple times that it's a forgery. Like, every archaeologist shows that the Shroud of Turin is a forgery. Like, that's the easiest one. This is what you mean. Logic is axiomatic. Mathematics is abstract from physical reality. Order structures emerge from simple rules. Therefore, there is no need to posit a necessary mind behind rational order. Ordered structures emerge from simple rules. That's a bit much than what I'm trying to say. Without God, no humans would have purpose. You are correct. And I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it. I'm glad that I have no purpose given to me by a higher being that has done horrible things. I am very happy. Very happy that that's a thing. I am back. What the fuck? Is this still going on? Oh, it will keep going on. Don't worry, Blaine. Once one person starts, it usually starts a cascading thing where one person jumps in and we keep doing the same things over and over again. But that's okay. I find it fun. Apples exist before language. You call it apples, other manzanas. Doesn't matter. You language is designated by things by you. Maths just are a language to understand things that are always there. Same with the logic. It's literally a language to help us understand our world. Also, I need these corpses to decompose. I am not dealing with these zombies today. It's interesting because I keep getting asked that question now, and it feels like that's a new thing that a lot of deists are focused on. Jesus still loves you no matter how many times you reject him. Okay? But he's dead though. Is brute contingency an acceptable place to stop, or does contingency always point beyond itself towards necessity? I really think a species' only purpose is to carry the genes and pass it forward. I mean, it's not even a purpose, it's just one of the processes of life. Is brute contingency an acceptable place to stop, or does contingency... I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. You can give reasons as to why you think one or the other, but I don't think anybody knows. And then you get into the idea is like, if nobody knows. Did it come in during a spicy moment? Not really. It's not like it's like, oh my god, people are saying like horrible things. We had one person that came in and said Penis Town. I didn't really give them the time of day to I didn't give them the time of day to offer their ability with that. I will beat your ass if you speak again. Oh, Jam, this is Blaine. This is a person that says things occasionally, Jam. So basically the conclusion, nobody knows. Yeah, and I'm fine with that. And that doesn't mean I'm not using that as a thought-terminating cliche. It's just like, nobody knows. So you can't assert that one thing is over another because nobody knows. That's why I'm agnostic. It's a current aqua. I observed this in Hispanic community Christian debates. They're using a lot of Aristotelian themistic arguments to debunk science. Yes, I've been noticing that a lot. Like, they're trying to show this idea, like, logic specifically. Like, I keep getting asked the same question about logic, and it's... At the first time I heard it, I was completely taken aback because I hadn't even, thought about it that way, which is good. I'm glad that this came at me, and I fell for the argument, hook, line, and sinker. But now that every time I keep hearing this argument, I'm like, where do you think this is going to go? Right? It's just like, if they're obviously trying to move the post, so that logic comes from God. Logic was created by God. Right? And that's where they're trying to get. But I don't even let them get to that point. Because, like, if they get to that point, it becomes really easy to say. It's just like, well, did God exist before or after logic? And that becomes really problematic for them to answer. Because if they say God existed before logic, then we're talking about a creature that is inherently illogical. Right? They are without logic. And so, based on our rules of logic, they can't exist. But if they say that logic existed before God, then did God really create logic? So it's like both ways. I don't even let them get to that point. I'm just like, no, logic is a tool. Logic is a tool that we use. It's a language. It's a model. And basically they run around in circles trying to show that it can't be. It has to be something special, something that's inherent to the universe. And they get to the same problem of, well, I think that it's special. And so it runs into the same problems. Cue the Jeffrey Jackson meme. We simply do not know. Jeffrey Jackson. I'm not a big fan of that guy. You know what I should do? Blaine. What? That's not how logic works, man. Child in Manuel. How to... What do you mean? How does... what did I say about how logic not working that way? What exactly did I say? Really? I don't know, it's just a world thing that is spreading. The thing is that those arguments come from the 1200s. People don't even know how the scientific method works. That the purpose of science is to probe yourself wrong using logic, and when you fail your hypothesis is a solid opposite thing to do what they do. They took everything to probe themselves right. Exactly. What if, just because something exists before logic doesn't inherently make that thing illogical. Yes, it does. It does. It does make it illogical, because the process of logic not existing makes it illogical. Especially if you're going to come on the idea that logic is an inherent thing. Because we're talking about an incredibly esoteric God of something that is outside logic. Something that is so esoteric that is outside logic. It is inherently illogical for something to be outside logic. Is that not literally part of logic? What makes him think that is before logic? Precisely. You run into the same problems over and over again. What about Pascal's wager? Pascal's wager is useless in terms of understanding. Pascal himself didn't even use the wager to convince atheists. He used Pascal's wager to say that believing in God can be rational. People try to use Pascal's wager on atheists all the time, and it's like, Pascal didn't even use that, because that was never the point. Holy crap, I got a freaking piece of plank. Holy crap, I can't believe it. We got one plank after disassembling all the furniture in here. This is bullshit. Do you agree with me on this? Logic is a study, explanation of reasoning and its principles. It's a systemic study of interference and argument structure. Yes. That's what I think logic is. A bad bet is still bad if the options are incomplete. But why play the game at all? I don't play the game. But alchemy instead. Logic is a tool that we use to understand the processes and make models of the universe, similar to math. Salam alaikum, Parida. I can't choose to believe in a god anymore that I could choose to believe it's raining turtles. I would need to be convinced before I could believe, yeah. At the one hand of the way, you have all what the Bible said. On the other hand, you have miracles. What miracles do you need to believe the Bible existed? I don't believe any miracles existed. I don't think any miracle has ever been done in the history of mankind. I am incredibly skeptical of anybody saying that any miracle has ever happened. By the way, a guy did help me finish my D&D character. I'm glad. So even if it happened in front of your eyes, yes, I would still be skeptical even if it happened in front of my eyes. Absolutely, I would. Because once again, both you and I can agree that humans can see things that are not real. Or can be tricked. Set up. If what happened in front of your eye is a miracle, define the miracle then. You have to figure out how that miracle was a thing. How, like, it has to be truly unexplained. Or impossible to. A King Kong coming on an asteroid, that's a miracle, but not by God? True. Hell, I'd love King Kong to come on me. I mean, what? Sorry. Big ass monkey. Big ass monkey. I can make enemies sleep, fear, charm, rob things, and create illusions. Oh, you're playing an arcane trickster? Sounds like an arcane trickster. I have a 1 in 40 million miracle. King Kong would be a perfect match for you. Monkey. Me flying over the moon on unicorns, rainbows. Absolutely zero testosterone. I appreciate it. Thank you for noticing. Boo boo. If I claim that something's outside the scope of systemic discussion, it doesn't mean that it's rubbish. It might just mean it's incomprehensible with the current understanding you have. Most Christians claim that God is higher than logic, not because he's unintelligible, because he is not something that can be purely deduced through systemic reasoning. So if you cannot purely deduce it through systemic reasoning, then you can't prove that he exists. So you don't use logic to prove that he can exist. That would mean that there's another way to understand things again. Yeah, you're going to have to find another way to do that, which you can't. A warlock with, like, roguish style? Oh, that's cool. Once again, you run into the same idea. It's just like, it's a non-falsifiable hypothesis until you can show something else that shows that. It does nothing to help you get an understanding that God exists. So it's really interesting that a bunch of Christians will be like, this logical idea exists. Where does logic come from? And then try to say that God exists because logic has to come from somewhere doesn't work with a God that exists outside of logic to begin with. It doesn't work. It doesn't follow. Kindly, bow respectfully. To believe in God, you first need to believe he is good before you get evidence. You know what? Let's take that hypothesis and move with it. To believe God is good, to believe in God, you first need to believe he is good. I have yet to meet a God that is good. I've yet to come across a God that is good, except sometimes in Marvel Comics, like Superman Prime. Sometimes. I'm gonna make it simple. One dude responsible for all the good, one dude is weaker than a God responsible for all the bad, and then we've been at war forever. Yeah, that's like classic Epicurean problems. What I'm saying is if you combine both pure deduction and logic and understanding the metaphysical as well, you can see this in the ways that some Greek philosophers thought. You can see it, but that hardly is proof. Or purely objective. You can see it. Jesus was good. Was he? Was he really that good to be a good God? Why didn't he say that slavery is bad? Out of all the characters in the Bible, Jesus is not that bad, but once again, that's not proof. And I have every rational thought to be like, yeah, that doesn't work. You need to do more. Remember when Yahweh made a bear slaughter children? Yeah. If I'm just working off the New Testament. Even before we get to Yahweh, before we get to all these things. He didn't forbid slavery? Yeah. Ever heard of a person better than Jesus? Yes. What's his name? Why am I blanking? Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. And if we're talking fictional people, Clark Kent, Superman. Kal-El. But if we're talking real people, yeah, Mr. Rogers. What's his name? He attacked the moral roots, but not the institution by direct legal. Yes. Why didn't he? Is a really good question, I think. He could have easily said it, but he didn't. He didn't have bad thoughts, no judgments, nothing. Nor did Mr. Rogers. But how do you know he didn't have bad thoughts? Actually, how do you know that he didn't have bad thoughts? How do you know? This is also the guy that cursed a fig tree for not having fruit. Steve from Blue's Clues, Mulan. It is good for you to reason, but there's a whole new world you might know was also, as a former cult member. You remember what Jesus said to Thomas when he resurrected? Yeah, I do know. It's also one of the most thought-terminating cliches that Jesus said to Thomas. It is ridiculous. Because happy are those that have faith. It's just like, yeah, Thomas gets special treatment for getting, getting his idea of, like, being it proven to him, but everybody else gets to suck on rocks. Like, do you understand how lazy that is and how it's completely understandable to be skeptical? Because he is without sin in the Bible. How do you know he was? You have one source saying that he was perfect. Does anybody else claim that? He enraged with the ones selling things in the temple, but not with the slave owners. Isn't hypocrisy, but was just a human living in the context of his own society. Yeah, exactly. And bad thoughts are sin? Bad thoughts are sin. Woof, thought crime. Was not expecting that today. I was not aware that God was here for thought crime. Which is completely unfair because our brains actually do come up with bad thoughts as a survival mechanism. So he created us with the ability to have bad thoughts to protect us. And then says that it's wrong to have that? Also, thoughts are comparable. Look at the killing spree in Gomorrah. Yeah. I'm just trying to use the New Testament. Like, the Old Testament's too easy. The Old Testament's way too easy to show that God's a monster. I lived a total of days. The longest today. I died because I was fighting from behind. Yep. Welcome to Project Zomboid. But yeah. I have no reason not to use reason. And rational thinking. I have no reason not to use reason and rational thinking. In fact, I have more reasons, actually. I have more reasons to use rational and logical and rational thinking than anything else. Then I did a random one. I met 2 days. I did 35 zombie kills. Oh, that's good, Flower. I'm proud of you, though. Good job, Flower. I have currently survived with this challenge 9 days and killed almost 500 zombies. I'm not... Please be aware, I'm not trying to compare. I'm just... This has been hell to survive. Smug-faced. Survived the fucking helicopter event. Ooh. Yeah, that's flexing. Just keep breaking this stupid shit. Hey, nice. I might go back to my old body because I just got a crowbar. Not really. He asked him to put his hands on his side because he understands that humans have doubts. He's asking you to do the same today as well, but in a different way. They're not good ways. Also, what game are you playing? Project Zomboid. It's a zombie apocalypse simulator. Why doesn't Jesus come to me to allow me to put it on his side? I mean, I still wouldn't believe it because, you know, that's how that works. He who knew no sin was counted as sin. Okay, so you're using the Bible to show that Jesus had no sin, and Jesus had no sin because the Bible said so. You understand the circular logic. Why using a tool and not just smashing the thing on the wall? I'm trying to take apart these things carefully so I can get the planks so that I can border up this house again. That is all I want to do. Open the door. I need 4 planks. Okay, I need 1 more plank. Open the door. The pigs of Animal Farm do exist. What's the goal of Project Zomboid? Survive. But also, thought crimes are really bad. Like, I do not want to worship a god that created you with the ability to think things. And if you stumble upon bad things, then yeah, you're sinning. Especially since there are reasons why we think these bad things. We have these intrusive thoughts. There are reasons why we do that. So, yeah, not a big fan. There are problems with that god's morality. I heard a zombie. Oh, hello. Ma'am? Ma'am, I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. Oh, there's a zombie over here, too. Should probably take care of that before I continue on. Hey. I think we're alone now. Oh, there were weapons in here I could have technically used. You can think things, but you have the power to control your mind. Evil things are always born from the mind. So, do you know Don't Starve Together? It's a game? Yeah, I'm well aware. I have it. I played it one time to play when I was still a VTuber, actually. I was only a VTuber for a couple months. You can think things, but have the power to control your mind. Evil things are always born from the mind. I mean, yeah, but to say that those thoughts are evil in and of themselves, like, the act of thinking about them is sinful, is a problem. You were a VTuber. What did I look like? I mean, I looked like an androgynous, suited person. We were still in the assumption that we first need to believe that God is good, but then we came upon evidence that the Bible is God's word. What evidence? There is nothing in the Bible that makes me think that it is God's word. Sorry, what did you look like? I looked like an androgynous, white-haired thing. The whole idea was I was supposed to be one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Specifically, Conquest. I really like Don't Starve Together. Yeah, it's a good game. I'm less of a fan. Open the door. Oh, come on. I have to do the door frame first? Where's the door? It's a window. Brick wall. Oh, I need to be carpentry level 3. God damn it. Okay. Aren't we actually lucky if we were in Islamic countries most and said all these things, we would have been neutralized on the spot? And that's why I think secular countries are pretty neat. I have my headache still and anxiety. Sorry for the... Oh, you're all good, Flower. Also, that menu is going to take some time getting used to. I agree. If you got evil thoughts, holding the thoughts, you should stop immediately. You can get angry, but bad thoughts are bad. Yeah, but once again, you said that the thought itself was sinful. The thought itself was sinful when it's like part of our biology to do so. Our psychology to do so. The act of thinking doesn't necessarily, but your intention? Yeah. Sure. That's a little slightly more understandable. All right. Oh, most of the bodies have decomposed. Nice. They're starting to decompose. Very, very nice. How long till I get to level 3 carpentry? Ugh, I'm only 1/3 of the way. Intrusive thoughts can come from Satan? I mean, sure, you can believe that, but I don't think so. Intrusive thoughts come from our psychology, our biology. We are kind of created to do so. Not created, but evolved to do so. Going to do a hardcore mode game. Good luck. Oh god, that's a sprinter.
Hey!
Get over here. Hey, leather gloves. Nice. Which can lead to a consumption of porn, which is brain rot high key. A lot of people watch... Well, sure. But, like, porn at the same time. A lot of people only think it's wrong for religious reasons. I mean, granted. But it's, like, also, like, these same people, these same... Spawn me on a mountain, it was me to die. Fair. But porn is not the root of all evil. Capitalism is. Capitalism is. Porn is bad without including religion? Oh, I'd agree. But, like, once again, it's a vice. And a vice is, it's like, I view it the same as, like, smoking or anything else. It all starts in the mind. The person who's control is stronger than most people. You can definitely rein in your thoughts. Yeah, I agree. The thing I did not agree with was the idea that the act of having those thoughts was sinful by itself. The love of money is according to the Bible. There's no buts. Yeah, I don't have a good ass, unfortunately. Truly a spectacle and sadness. What cult were you in? Awkward position, 69. Is 69 that awkward? I was a Jehovah's Witness for most of my life. Left about 5 years ago, and I left because COVID gave me the time to critically think. Who the fuck asked about your butt? You said there's no butts. So, you did. I know you were checking me out when I was doing. You were trying to check me out when I was doing those squats. I know you were. I know what kind of man you are, Blame. No more door knocking then for you, sir. Precisely. I saw boobs on you, my queen. I have bigger boobs than my ex. There's not much of an... not much of an accomplishment. He doesn't have one, so... Nothing wrong with that. Not saying you are saying that. Yeah, I know. I like boobs of all sizes and all varieties. Big fan, in fact. Huge fan. Huge fan. But respectfully so. Like, very respectfully. Massive, utter fan, right? If there was only one fan in the world, if there was no fans of boobs in the world, so you know I would have passed on. Yeah. So my question is, what other games do you like? I'm trying to do Arkham Knights in the medic, but I can't do. Does anyone? I don't play Arkham Knights. Let me see. Let me check my Steam library. I play Project Zomboid, Kenshi, Rimworld, Tabletop Sim, Slay the Spire 2, Escape the Backrooms, Divinity Original Sin 2 and 1, Hearts of Iron 4, Yu-Gi-Oh, Borderlands, Helldivers, Bellatro, Far Cry, Hollow Knight, Frostpunk, Dungreed, Nine Kings, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, Stellaris, Dicey Dungeons, Halo the Master Chief Collection, Stronghold Crusader, Slay the Spire 1, The Last Flame, Battle Nations, Doom, Crusader Kings 2. I have 200 games in my Steam library, so I play a few different games. Do you think there's beauty in the world? What is the thing you like most? Nature, the universe, babies. That is a really weird... Do you like babies? It's like, well, if I answer yes to that, out of context, I feel like there's going to be problems if I just say yes. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm a pretty simple guy. I'm pretty stoic in that kind of philosophy, in the sense of, like, I like things. I like to do more of those things, but not in a hedonistic sense. I do think there is beauty in the world. Beauty is subjective, but yeah, things are cool. I'm always liking to learn. I'm always liking these things. I'm liking to learn and continually explore. I'm one of the few people that I know that would actually like to live for a very long time, like 1,000,000 years. I'd like to do that. Most people would consider that to be a curse. I understand the reasons why they would think that, but I personally would like to. So yeah, I would like to continue experiencing. In relation to Aqua, I am also NextJ, but I found his Twitch channel on XJW7. I'm also a streamer, so I followed him and the rest is history. Yeah, unfortunately, she followed me. Ugh. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that strawberry ass face. She's great though. You should definitely follow her. I played Portals, I played Stanley Parable, and I played Cuphead. I have played all those games. In fact, I am in fact a gamer. Believe it or not, I am a gamer. I also a big fan of love. I would like to find a partner again. I'd like to find a partner in my life again. You want to know that? It was great to know. Okay. My queen is Aqua. I'm going to stay loyal. I'm much more absurdist and silly, be warned. I mean, I'm pretty absurd. Hello, Green Goblin 70. I'm Green Goblin. Are you colorblind? No. Although I have really bad vision. Like, incredibly bad vision. Negative 7.5, negative 6.5. Do you know what Takes Two? I'm aware of it. I don't have it. Isn't the grass red? No. I mean, with the blood around it, yeah, there are some parts of the grass that are red, but not all of it. The answer to that particular quandary is no. You know what I'm gonna say, man? Jesus is the best partner you can have. Obviously agape, not eros. I mean, have you seen him on a cross? Sitting there? All... I can't even finish that sentence. You can't even finish that sentence. Hello, Green Goblin. How you doing? I just cringed so hard that I'm like... I mean, that's fair. Takes Two, played with a friend, you should try it. I mean, yeah, that sounds fun. Green Goblin. The Goblin. I should get all this wood out, this scrap wood out. Or at least put it into, like, a place that exists in a more specific place for fires and stuff like that. I'm going to burn all of this photographs, I think. Look at this graph. Every time it makes me laugh. Someone calls Spider-Man. Yeah. Spider-Man! Green Goblin is a really interesting villain. I'm a big fan of Green Goblin. Spider-Man! Get me aspects of Spider-Man! I heard that he has opened up an OnlyFans. I need the $8.99 a month to subscribe to Spider-Man's pics so I can see that big old hunk of junk. I think JW's did a lot of damage to you. Is that true? Absolutely. But, I mean, I heal. I move on. I live. And I continue to exist and continue to find happiness in my life. Good Friday was last week. Was complete all day at the cathedral. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. I also really like Paper Mario. Have you played that one? Absolutely. Made himself laugh too hard. Listen. That shit's funny. I have achieved Comedy. Comedy. Oh god, I hear a zombie. Where is it? I cannot see the zombie. I hear it, but I don't know where it is. There you are. Beep beep.
Hey!
I should probably yell to try to attract as many zombies to this kind of location as I can so I can deal with them and then sleep in relative peace. Aqua, one of your thumbnails is wild. Which thumbnail? Beep beep. Which thumbnail? Are you playing with any mods? Not currently. What do you think is the most logical thing about the Bible? First thing that comes to mind. Logical. Like, that is such a... The horrors of the Nuzlocke challenge? Oh yeah, that was a pretty good one. Yeah. It's a good thumbnail. That's a good one. I don't know, like, that's such a, like, open-ended question. The most logical thing about the Bible is that it's a collection of books written over thousands of years. Its history is important to understand, I think, to understand everything, because I think history is important. But I don't think the stories are true, necessarily. Not all of them, at least. Definitely not all of them. Want to hop off now, but how often do you stream? What game are you going to play next time? I usually I'm in the mood of playing Project Zomboid and Slay the Spire 2. I'm generally streaming every day except for Sunday, but sometimes I do. Looks like you're gooning to a pig Pokemon. I mean, if the shoe fits. I'm gonna cook some chicken nuggets for my character. Need some chicken nuggets in his life. Just thank you, Green Goblin. The Goblin. Listen, the sexiest Pokemon though is Gardevoir. You can't tell me otherwise. That is the sexiest Pokemon of all time. And see, this is what I mean. Jam says she is more absurdist than me. Look, we were talking about like the origins of fucking logic and God and understanding, and here I am saying Gardevoir is like, it's a fucking Pokemon, Batman. Have you ever heard that the Bible is accurate when thrown at a short distance? I can see it. It's pretty accurate. Just clock them. I mean, I have one of my old Bibles right here. However, this book is like horrible. This Bible is extremely horribly translated. Have a good one. Is that a passport? No, it's a Bible. It's a booble. It's a booble. Well done, me. You did it again, James. You put away the only good friend you had. All right. The Bible's full of non-believers and full of miracles. Only miracles makes God true, but if the God exists, then his best way to show himself to people without everyone else is knowing his miracles. There are several problems with that, because I could use the same logic from Marvel Comics. How long have you been on your run in Zomboid? This current run, which is on the Extinction Game mode, except with zombies, the amount of zombies increased even more so. I have survived currently for 9 days, for 10 days in game. So yeah, I'm on the Extinction game mode, but with more zombies. So I'm playing an even harder version of the Extinction mode, and it's been brutal. Specifically the sprinters. Specifically the sprinters. Do you stream on Twitch too? Yeah, I'm streaming to both sides. But there is a difference. Marvel Comics are different, right? Logically speaking. I mean, I can claim that they're real, right? I can make the same claims about Marvel Comics as what you just said about the Bible, and I would be I'd make just as logical sense. That's what I mean. I also don't believe in God. You are a minority. Oh, that was close. That was uncomfortably close. Marvel Comics are less loaded, are they? You have diabetes. I, in fact, do not. I mean, death, pain, disease are at the forefront of reality. Yeah, that's all in Marvel Comics, too. They all talk about death, pain, disease. Heck, Superman dies every single every other decade. Holy feck, holy feck, holy feck, holy feck, holy feck, holy feck, holy feck. Give me a second, boys. I will get right back to you. Special, did you only start bring up when I got here? Yeah, probably. I did. Yes, I did. No, I started bringing up the Marvel as a comparison because you brought up, because you came here. Show us the lab reports, but Marvel Comics don't affect that in real life. They don't claim it as reality. Yeah. But some of them do. Like they'll claim like, oh, in another multiverse, in somewhere in a different in the multiverse, there's a universe that has this. And at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. Someone else can just claim it is reality. Same as how someone just can claim that the Bible is true. Heck, some stories in the Bible were not meant to be taken literally anyways, but some Christians do take them literally. Right? Do you think that the earth was created in 6 literal days and that plants came before light? Probably not. I'd hope not. So, in that instance, is the Bible claiming to be reality? Or is it being poetic? Or is it based off reality? Also, I can't believe I didn't die there. Holy crap. How did I not die there? Have a good day, everyone. I'm going swimming. Have fun, Green Goblin. Don't trip and fall. Whew. There's a gnome. There's a gnome. The amount of zombies I have killed just to be able to go from point A to point B is crazy. Oh, hello, you. Sprinter, eh? Hate the sound they make. Another sprinter! In the same fucking group! I don't even drop proper loot. Hey! Oh, wow, that's cool. Person comes in, hey, I'm racist. That's really cool. Glad to let you know that you don't get to be here anymore. God was a light, and first it states God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. Do you think that the God of the Old Testament... Do you think that the God of the Old Testament existed? I love when people come in and say something stupid, because then when I ban them, it makes me feel all good inside. Makes me feel all good inside when I ban assholes like that. It's just like, ah, yeah, you don't belong here. Get paradox of tolerance baits. Yeah, okay. So do you think that drowning someone is an appropriate way to murder them? I think it was just a joke. Bad joke. I'm not a big fan of the jokes. Why are you prejudiced against racist people? Paradox of tolerance. I do not tolerate racist people, because at the end of the day, they won't tolerate a society that's good. even if it is a joke, it's like, it's such a dumb joke, and it's just like, cool. I don't want those kinds of jokes. But yeah, I'm prejudiced against racist people because, yeah, they would not tolerate, they don't tolerate tolerant society. So yeah, I'm very prejudiced against racist people, and I'm not afraid of saying that. I feel like most good people, it wasn't a joke. Oh, well, all the more reason to just remove the person. All the more reason to be like, yeah, no, you don't belong here. I don't want you here. What's your favorite race? Probably NASCAR, but I'm not a big fan of, like, racing in general. My phase runs to the ones in Mario Kart? That's true. Mario Kart pisses the feck out of me. Mine's Scandinavian. Scandinavian isn't a race. Scandinavian isn't a fucking race. Think murdering is bad? Yeah, so why does your god murder? Including little children, by the way. Yeah, but Scandinavian isn't even a race. It's a culture. It's like, what? If you kill for the government, you are a sort of god, so then it is allowed. I don't want to kill for the government. I'm homophobic. Oh, cool. Do you know what that gets you? A whole removal from my place because I don't like homophobia. Homophobia is really fucking bad, okay? It's not that hard. The most homophobic people usually are just are gayer than I am, and I'm not gay. I'm only 99. I'm only 99. I'm only 1% gay. There is a certain demographic that exists in the world, and I'm just like, yeah, that's fair. I'm fine with this. I'd want that. However, that demographic is, like, rare, like, super unbelievably rare biologically. And it's even more rare because gender-affirming care was put on babies. Fun little fact. We've been doing gender-affirming care on babies for 100 years, and nobody bat an eye. But then suddenly, trans people get any sort of news coverage and are said to be bad people. And then all of a sudden, oh no, you can't do gender-affirming care. Punishment is good. The Bible says that it is justice. Okay. What did the children do that was worthy of being killed when they mocked a bald man and then they said, do you think that the punishment... God has given life, so he has the right to take it away. I'm transphobic? Oh, wow, that's cool, Marilyn. That's so cool. You know what that gets you? Goodbye. I don't want transphobia either. He could get banned if he says something wild? Yeah. I don't care if it's a joke, because it's not a funny joke. And I'm not going to try to tell the difference between it being a rage baiter or someone who's being serious. I'm not going to take the time to give the type. Anyways, God has given life, so he has the right to take it. So do you think that my parents have the right to take me out of life? I don't think God has the right to do that. I think that's a horrible philosophy. Yeah, it's not funny to me because I'm like, these are my friends. These are the people that I care most about in my life. And they're just like, hey, How was Epstein's Island? Heard you were in the Epstein files, right? Was I? Most people confuse me with Seth Rogen. I'm xenophobic? Are you now? Are you sure you don't? Why would you be xenophobic when alienacy exists? Like, have you seen those blue aliens from Avatar? I don't know how you can logically be xenophobic. Found a town, good job. But yeah, Epstein's files. Yeah, I'm not rich enough to even be considered a thing in the capitalistic framework to be considered and noticed. So, let alone be noticed by Epstein. I have no money, so I couldn't have been in the Epstein files. Just hating another cultures or foreigners, that's true. But I'm trying to take this into the absurd degree that they're xenophobic, they're afraid of aliens. And I don't know why you would. I would bang an alien. I'm anti-Semitic? Oh wow, that's cool. And now you're gone. It's like so fucking easy. It's so fucking easy. It's so fucking easy. So it's like, wow, I hate other people. Or I prejudge other people. Okay, cool, get out of here. Like, people just existing. I'd be afraid, imagine getting, now you're on one of Epstein's slaves. I am not an underage girl, so, or were an underage boy, so. And I was not cute enough when I was an underage boy, so no, I would not have been there. Be afraid, imagine getting a virus on another planet. You know what? There's give and take. There's give and take. Sometimes I deal with the rage baiting. For example, this Epstein Island guy. This is like them trying to rage bait, right? So this is rage bait. And sometimes you can just deal with that rage bait. Other times it's like, no, we're talking about like real life scenarios where people are like actively being hurt every single day by this. And they're like, haha, funny. It's like, that's not funny. I swung that spear twice. And it broke. Good spear. Your parents didn't give you life, God did? Oh, you're still racist? Oh, wow, that's cool. Goodbye. I don't want you in my channel ever. Hey, how are you? Sophiana. I am well. How are you? What brings you to the channel? Your pretty boy Epstein would have loved you? I don't think I would have been. Parents didn't give you life, God did? I'm pretty sure my parents gave me life. Also, God is shown in Jesus, but all is knowing and loves the creatures. Yeah, but once again, we're running into the idea. Do you think it's fair that God murdered children because they made fun of someone being bald? Do you think that's fair? I'm just chilling, buddy? Oh, nice. What is going on? I don't know. Odin, hi. Okay, well, we are being presented by Odin here today. We have Odin today. As a black man, you are such a strong man for blocking all the race. I don't think I'm being strong. I just think it's the right thing to do. It has nothing to do with being strong. Like, I believe that everybody has the ability to do this. You're my favorite white guy. Why would I be your... I'm not... Someone recommend me a movie. I'm planning to be watching, what's it called? Treasure Planet today. Odin has arrived. Opinion on the Islamification of the West. That's not really happening. That is today? I think so. Just kidding, you're a wimp. Oh, am I? Oh, that's okay. I don't particularly care for your opinion. But yeah, it's not actively happening. The Islamification of the West. It's like the West is like creating a villain. If you're not up for it today, Flower, that's okay. Ooh, we got seeds. You're white. I am white. Thank you for noticing. But did you know that I'm also First Nations? Do you play League of Legends? Unfortunately, sometimes. Generally not, though. No, I bugged you for it, so let's do it. Fair enough. Unfortunately, sometimes I play League. Much to my chagrin. I don't. Sometimes my friends force me to get online. I don't want to, sometimes, but they're my friends. They're like, Aqua, 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 please. And I'm just like, no! But don't play that game. League of Legends is a cursed game. Oh, I mean, I'd agree. Why is my strength score down? Oh, it's because I'm nauseous. Is that for League or something else? Because I don't mind. No. I want you to feel forced. We can reschedule, Flower. That's not a problem. Also, I love when people just put, like, this idea. It's just like, you're white. It's like, yeah. He was the only representative of God at the time, and God loves people who love him. They were mocking the representative of God. Okay, and do you think that's fair to kill someone for that? If you think that's fair to kill someone for that, I don't think that's fair. That's like the most petty thought that a god can have. Thanks for being a gay streamer and supporting the LGBTQ community. I support the LGBTQ community, but I'm not quite gay. Only 1%. Where are you from? I'm from Canada. Thank God he said I haven't even noticed. Yeah. If that guy didn't mention that I was white, a lot of my community may not have realized that I am in fact white. Whew. Could you imagine a world where my community didn't know I was white? Oof. That'd be a bad time. But yeah, I support the LGBTQ community every single day. I used to be like extremely homophobic. It's part of the reason why I do my best to make sure that everybody feels, well, not everybody, but you know, people, just average people wanting to live their life feel comfortable existing. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I come from Canada. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. True patriot. Oh, I can grow tobacco. I never was, even when I was in the church. Never was what? By the way, can I ask you something? You can always ask. I have a feeling I know where this conversation is going. I unfortunately was, even when I was. I barely cared. That's fair. But I have a feeling I know where this question is going to go. But yeah, you can ask something. Were you ever in a funeral? That is a holy monument. Imagine that holiness multiplied with infinity. That is God. I have been to a funeral a few times. It's sad. I wouldn't consider it holy. It's sad. Once again, the ability to make fun of God should be a thing that you should be able to do. Because a God that is all-powerful would not care. Or would understand why you're doing it. Basically, I'm a professional graphic designer. Wow, that's so cool! You didn't read the rules, unfortunately. Bye. I knew she was trying to sell something in chat. I knew it. I knew she was doing it because she popped into chat and I immediately checked the age of her account and I'm like, oh yeah, she's going to try to sell me something. Shake the cat a bit. I can... There you go. I have shaken the cat. Hi. You look like you're pissed at me now. I did smell the art thing. I knew right away. I checked it and I'm just like, yeah, she's gonna try to sell me something. I'm just like, feck off. I have seen that picture before. That's a stolen picture. Wait, she posted a picture in chat? I didn't even, I wasn't paying attention. Ah, okay. Aluminum foil. I looked at the profile. Oh, I didn't even, I just looked at the account age. If the account age is like under like a week old, I generally assume it's a bot. Or like someone's trying to sell me something. Like it might be a real person, but in general it's a bot. Also, God can look at the future. After that, they stop mocking prophets. It doesn't happen often. Another place is Ananias and Sapphira. They lied again, and that is in the New Testament. Yeah, but once again, do you think that's okay that God just murdered children? Just, and not even like a lights out kind of way, but like in a brutal way, having them eaten by bears. Do you feel that's okay? I don't feel that's okay in any capacity. Hey, how was your day? Pretty good, Jackie. We are surviving. I have fully looted, mostly, this entire convenience store. And I'm going to see if I can get some alcohol from down here. Also, we are being protected. Honestly, my fave prophet was Elijah. Elijah has some cool stories. Once again, it's just like this idea. It's just like, oh, God is like the light. God is so great. It's just like, but he murdered children and asked others to murder children. Like some of the worst crimes you can possibly do. Like God has committed some of the worst crimes you can possibly do. And they hand wave it saying, oh, he has the right to do that. Really? He did cast fireball on cultists? He did. Worshippers of Baal. But I mean, at the time, the Jews were also cultists. Laching wine glass? Oh, hell yeah. I cast a fireball. Best arcane magician? Hell yeah. God, it's warm in here. Like, I have the windows open. I don't know how to make bread, do I? Cheers with you. I don't believe God murdered. I don't believe the God they talk of exists. I would hope not. Do I know how to make bread? Prepare bread dough. I have not learned this recipe. I do not know how to make bread. I need to learn how to make bread. I believe there's a ball of life with us, the intelligence of everything with this. That sounds similar to panpsychism. Okay. Oh, we're queasy. I should probably rest until... Pharaoh lost his firstborn. People die in disasters. It's gruesome, but it happens. Death is part of life because sins. Nobody has the right to have life because of sin. Yeah, but only your Bible claims that. So how do you know that's true? I find that to be the sickest. This house is slightly small. Well, I don't really have a choice. I don't have a choice in the matter. I find the idea that we are born sinful to be the most toxic Christian idea ever. Like, it's incredibly toxic. I think that is just absolutely atrocious and unfair. Because we didn't. Pharaoh died in the Shadow Games, yeah. But more importantly, remember that the scriptures say God hardened Pharaoh's heart. God hardened it. God made him act in a way. He took away his free will so that he could proclaim his glory. So I find that's why I do not like Christianity specifically, well, among other things. It's just like the idea that we are born sinful is so toxic. You are being judged for crimes by existing that you had never committed. That is the height of toxicity. Oh god, that's a script printer. What's up? The cat's here? Oh, yeah, he is. Odin is here. If you are too far gone, God will harden his heart. Yeah, but it says God hardened his heart. Like, the Pharaoh's heart specifically, not God's heart hardened. God hardened Pharaoh's heart. He took away his free will. Once again, the God of the God that I find in Christianity is not good. Also, Odin is snoring currently. I was raised in a strict Catholic environment that ended up in a crazy cult, but I see it as my rude awakening, yeah. And it's not like that I have a problem with religion. You can believe it, but please understand that I have just as much, like, more than enough ability to realize that I think that idea is toxic. Believe we're a god in a way? Yeah, that sounds similar to panpsychism. Oh, I got a message on the Discord. Kevin? Kevin's streaming? Kevin? You're streaming? Oh my god, Kevin's streaming. Kevin! Kevin! I think it's more about literature, yeah. Kevin! God will harden the heart of he had a chance. Yeah, but once again, that's horrible. That's horrible. And then God proceeded to kill all the firstborns of the land of Egypt, of which they may not have been part of those crimes at all. Like, those firstborns may have not wanted anything to do or were just small children and had nothing to do with what was happening. Oh, is a literature expression? Yeah. But I mean, it specifically says he hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that his glory can be fully seen by everybody, which is taking away free will. You're gay, someone said you are? Do you believe if someone says something that fair it's true? But no, I'm only 1% gay. Have you hardened your heart? Depends on what you mean by harden the heart. The Christian God is not something that I want to worship in any capacity. In fact, no God I have come to understand is worthy of worship. I thought you were 1% black. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive things. I can be 1% gay and 1% black. I don't even know what panpsychism is. I just keep myself paint pictures. Yeah, that's fair. Enjoy the little things. I enjoy the little things like gaming. Look at me. Look at me enjoying the life of brutal hardships. Holy fucking zombies. This is true. Okay, I thought you were denying the melanin I gave you there for a second. I was believing that you're fine. I generally am pretty honest, so like if something is the language during that time was raw. Moses descending from the mountain to express that horns came of space to refer to sun rays. Yeah, sure, but once again, it's to read the whole thing in context, right? There's a gun on that zombie's back, and I want it. I mean, I technically have a gun, but it's like, I need... If you see this, I'm going to steal your cat. Good luck. Here I come. Good luck. Here? Oh, good luck. I'll fight you in a sword fight. Oh, message retracted. Okay, sprinters, and I am tired. I need to get the feck out of here. Have a good one, Fallout. How many zombies have we killed? 558 in 10 days. Love to share a drink with you in person with the internet for my friend? Yeah. 550 divided by 10. That's 50 zombies a day still. I am still on track. I've been killing 50 zombies a day since we started this run. Ugh. Also, I got pinged on Discord again. La Bella. Was Bella alive? Oh, Bella is also alive. First I had a problem too, but after a while I had a chance to accept God and put everything on God as all-knowing and all good. Those stand firm. But you can understand why I don't do that, right? I don't think that's right. You have every right to do that, but I have every ability to say that I don't think that's fair or logical, right? You have to accept by saying that you are not being rational. You are having faith. You are allowed to do that, but I refuse to have faith in anything because I find faith to be a destructive process. How do the zombies know how to climb? They don't, which is why over the fence they kind of tumble off the fence. But it seems that they contain like a little bit of rudimentary understanding. In fact, some of the zombies in this game mode can open up doors. So that's terrifying. sus. Yes. Also, we got level 5 short blunt. Hell yeah. Have you ended up fascinated with the Fizzy and Cult since you left? I have. I mean, I find it interesting. What's the diff between stable and unstable games of this? So stable is the official release, build 41. Unstable is build 42, which is what they're trying to upgrade. And since they're a smaller developing cycle and they have long developing cycles, the unstable branch is going to be updated constantly, updated with different things. Things can be changed on a whim as they try to make build 42 good. Build 41 will be the same. Like, build 41 they're not changing build 41. I'm currently playing on build 42. The unstable branch. I should kill these zombies over here. What should I try first? I'd suggest build 42. Just get used to the new mechanics that are coming in, because there's going to be a lot of new stuff that comes in. Might as well, in my opinion. Your car is amazing? Yeah. 42 children died for mocking a prophet of God. What happens is that they take the prophets, the more and more people prevent them from going to hell. That's horrible. Right? A car. That's horrible, Special. He killed 42 children to make an example of, so that you dare not mock his prophet. Because the God of the Old Testament is so ludicrously sensitive to such criticism that not only does he have to kill those 42 children, but then has to send people to hell for not believing in him. What a horrible, horrible God. I'm not a big fan. I saw some Welsh people streaming this. They said play stable first, but I'm going to go with your rec. Do you need to be local to play multiplayer co-op? You can make servers. You can make servers with multiplayer. But yeah. For me, I'm just like, get the band-aid off for. And Jackie, yes, I know you meant cat. Femboy lover here. Femboy is... I understand the appeal of femboys, but I myself am not a fan of femboys. Like, not in the sense of like, oh my god, I love them. I would like a goth woman in my life. But then again, who wouldn't? Holy fucking zombies! Thankfully, I have a lot of food. I mean, the look. Yeah. I love the good femme guy. I love seeing guys that dress femme and still date women. Yeah, I understand the appeal. I myself am just... not my thing. I want to get a little doggy. Aw. I would love to get a dachshund.
Hey!
Think of the name Matko. Aw. There's no Margot. Aw. I want to. If I was to get enough, I'd love a Jack Russell. Aw, they're cute too. I'd want a dachshund. I very much like the personality of dachshunds. Thinking maybe what do you want to the doggy that? No, that was not. It's okay. I'm jealous of all the others that look better than me too. It's fine. It's not about people looking better. I just want a relationship. Romantic one. Are you newly discovering that Fallout and testing responses? Go with what you love. Don't use anyone as a personal scratching post. No, it's just... I've been around the block a few times. I found a tactical shotgun. And a nightstick. Hell yeah! I found a tactical shotgun. I believe that Jesus is God in human form and showed how to act as human. God is all-knowing, so he knows why those 40 were put to death. We don't... Yeah, but if he knows and he doesn't give us a good reasons to, then once again, that's not a God I want to worship. Like, that's not a good God. I was preaching to Fallout. Sorry. All good. Texting on my phone, no internet in my place, long story. Oh, damn. Hopefully you're okay. I've got a shotgun. I'm in a cult, limb hand. Oh no, what cult are you in? MAGA? Hopefully not MAGA. I think Jesus was a metaphor. Fair enough. It's better than finding absolution. You don't have to lie. I don't lie. I never lie. Or at least I very, very, very rarely lie. I need to remember that I have a gun. We sacrifice Sour Patch Kids to the Gummy God on Saturdays. Damn. You're in a horrible cult. That's horrible. I couldn't imagine being you. I'm so sorry. Why does he need to show a good reason? We would not understand it anyway or believe it. Okay, then he's not all-powerful or all-knowing enough to be able to explain it to us, because an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving God would be able to explain it to us in a way that we could understand and believe it. But he chooses not to. So at worst, he doesn't, he's a horrible God, or at best, he just doesn't exist. Who else likes the look of femboys? Well, Flower does. I know a few people do. In fact, I know basically a femboy. Took me a while to get over the horror, but it's cool now. I understand. Sacrificing Sour Patch Kids. Couldn't be me. Me, on the other hand, the cult I was in sacrificed children to appease their fact that they wouldn't take blood. Our brains are too small? Then that's on God for not creating a brains that are bigger to understand it. Once again, he could create a world to do it, but he does not. Today is the gnome thing? Oh yeah. I was not invited, how dare you. That good old adrenochrome? Trying. Yeah, or leukemia kids not getting transplants? Yep. They sacrifice children to just make sure that they don't take blood. Lime is the most potent Sour Patch Kid to keep you young. Oh! Thanks for the stream. I'm going to bed. I can pray for you if you want. It's entirely up to you. Ugh. The cult I was in got shut down in Ireland. Hooray! Modern Mystery School still big elsewhere. Yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses, I don't see them going anywhere for a long time. I'm going to get me some goo next Sunday sacrifice. Oh, good luck. You should probably leave cults, though. Cults are bad. Okay. Cults are bad. Okay. Never join. It won't help you. Yeah. JW is shut down in Ireland? They have too much church and stay as this? No, they're not shut down in Ireland. Irish JW still exist. You can't have good without bad, though, yin yang and all that. Yeah, but there's a point where the bad does not outweigh the good that comes from it. Yeah, I mean, that is what I'm trying to reference. Okay? That is exactly what I'm trying to reference. Okay.
Hey.
It's about okay. Oh, there's a police officer. Nothing on him. What is with your fade, my guy? Oh, God! Every single time I come across a sprinter.
Hey!
Think we all need to laugh and be silly more? I agree. Silliness is nice. We all need to laugh together? Yeah. Silliness of John. Okay, well, let's not be too hasty. Let's not be rushed. I like the vibe. I like the cut of your jib. Okay. So all this food's going to be rotten in here, and that's okay. Canned pineapple, hard candies. We got some food. A bagel that's stale. You can eat that now. Egg carton. More egg cartons. If a lassie called going underground comes in the chat, her and I have been living in sin, trying to go on board with Prozo. What? I would like a lassie to go pro zombon. God damn it. Shared Shanapa Magal. Oh, right! Shared channel to Magal. Oh, nice! Been living in sin, trying to get on board with ProZom. Oh, nice! I get it now. Right, you're Scottish. I forgot out in Scotland you talk a little bit differently. Hey, if you ever come to Dublin, I'll meet you coffee. Nice. I appreciate it. I'd like that. Down here in Scotland. I love Dublin, Jackie. Scotland forever. Yeah, Scotland. Scotland's a nice place. Wonderful history you all have. I'm Canadian, so it is what it is. Also, I got another ping on the Discord. Oh yeah, they're all setting up for their stream. Nice. Seor Alba. Right, Alba. I play Crusader Kings 3 occasionally, and I see the Scottish doing their thing. But usually I play the Vikings. Do you like the art world painting? I mean, I enjoy it, but it's not like it's my favorite thing to do. Oh, Flower, are you still here? I don't know. But hello, Crooked. Nice to see you, Crooked. Nice, my friend at school is from Yellowknife. He's back there now. Miss him. Nice. God, it's warm in here. Could you give me a second? I just need to figure out why it's so fucking warm in here. Oh, that's why. Why is the heater automatically turned on? Oh, I hate that. This building needs to leave me alone. Whew. You okay, Odin? You look concerned. Be right back. In Ohio. Be right back. All right, I am back. Cat is owning the stream. Yes, that's his. Yeah, that's Odin's stream now. I went to the university in Dayton. I liked your guys' place. I saw the greenhouse. Nice. Guess put the cat lady to shame. Aw. We do like cats, yes. Sometimes more than the streamer, I think. Hi. Odin, nice choosing the old gods. Yeah, his name is Odin. I wanted to give him a Norse name, so like I started giving him Norse names, such as like Thor, Loki, Jormungandr, Heimdall. And the only one he had at was Odin, so his name became Odin. Wother. Wother. Actually, today is Odin's day, right? Today's Wednesday. It's your day. Wother's Day. Today is your day. You should get a treat for it being Wednesday. You're getting a treat because it's Wednesday. You want a treat? Want a treat? You know what that means. Oh, you food-motivated creature. If you ever come to Ireland, come check out the Giants Causeway. It's amazing. Oh, that sounds fun. I definitely want to go to Japan, Denmark, or Egypt if I'm going anywhere in the world right now. But definitely I'd like to explore most of the world. Europe and all that. Eden is chanting. Aw. You got your food? You happy? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. My name is Tam, which is Tommy. Tommy O'Shatner is a character in Robert Burns' poem, which spends all night in the pub until witches chase him home to his wife. Nice. I love Odin so much. My name is Tristan, because my mother liked the character Brad Pitt played in Legend of the Vol. Love to go to Japan. Yeah, Japan seems like a fun place. Hi. Want to see over here? Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Yeah. So that people can see your lovely little Sith eyes. Oh, yeah. Denmark is cool, man. You should go. The reason why Denmark is because my grandmother's Danish. Tristan. It's actually Tristan. 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 All right. I need my computer screen, Odin. Odin, I need my computer screen. I need my computer screen. Okay, he has decided to stay here again. That cat is special. I love him. He's a good kitty. Denmark Legoland hits Diffie. Yeah. Okay, I need to... Don't move your tail, Odin. He great? Yes. I love him. I've loved him for a long time, and I will hopefully love him for even longer still. Goodbye, have a good one, Fallout. Odin, I need you to stop moving your fecking tail, please. Yeah, we have a lot of food now. I'm very pleased with this. Snowden, stop flicking your tail. Are you hoping to get channel monetized? I mean, I would love to be able to eventually do this full time, but you know, I doubt it'll happen. But I'd hope so. Odin is flicking his tail a lot, and it's getting kind of annoying. Bit white fluffy bundle of love and probably all the answers in the universe to identify. I mean, he is the one true God. Even just as a seaside hustle, nice to get tips. True, but I have to be more interesting than this. A wee side hustle. I mean, I don't view it as a side hustle. I view it as just something I enjoy doing. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy being an entertainer. And I enjoy talking. And I enjoy playing video games. And I enjoy making sure that people understand that cults are bad, okay? And so I combine them all, and here's my stream. Won't let me text, probably. Fair enough. See ya. Fall Out Boy keeps coming in and out, in and out. Yeah, someone's screaming. Not a good time. Person is straight up not having a good time. I think you represent the cults are bad in K movement well. Probably. Cults are bad in K. Okay. Gonna need you to come in on Friday. Canned pineapple? I woke up one morning married to a pineapple. An ugly pineapple. But I loved her. I found money. Money, Spider-Man. Alright. Alright. So, this has been looted. Let's check out the laundromat. Make a cocktail. Are there other live players in the game you're on? No, this is a survival solo world. I'd like to play with more friends, but I'd want to like a big server specifically, like not just like, I want like a fun like server, and I have a friend that's trying to set one up. No, if there were other live players doing this nonsense with me, oh boy, it'd be pretty nasty. These settings like get pretty fucking wild that I'm on. Cleaning liquid, box of screws. That's pretty good. At my bus stop, it's raining. Do you walk this lonely road, the only road that you have ever known? Whoa, whoa, I walk alone, I walk alone. James and the Giant Peach versus List and Lost at the Giant Pineapple. I don't know. James and the Giant Peach probably power scales a little bit higher. Walks until bus arrives at least. Okay, so I'm trying to get into this area because this is a bar and I would like the alcohol. But not because I want to get drunk, but simply because I want to set things on fire. Specifically, oodles amounts of zombies. But as you can see, there's a few zombies in the way. So this may take a while. But I am getting stronger, faster, better.
Hey!
What do you drunk? W Cat, what's his name? His name is Odin. Hello, Odin. Say hello to the camera, Odin. He's... What do you drink? I drink either the fruitiest of beverages, like the super, super sweet stuff, or I drink, like, straight whiskey on rocks, or gin on rocks, or something like that. No in between. Like, it either needs to be super sweet, like a screwdriver, or like super, nothing in between. Like, I'm not a huge fan of wine. He's so cute. Yes, Odin. He is doing his thing. Right, Odin? You all good? Are you doing your thing? I see. Also, you have a cat. A cat in your profile picture there, Hyper, so I see your cat. I drink whiskey, gin, and tonic, red wine, and brandy. Yeah, I either like super sweetie, like, oh man, I love a really good Long Island iced tea. Like, huge fan of... Hi, I'm new here. No, you're not, Blaine.
Hey!
Okay, there's a sprinter. Let that sprinter come for me. Come here, big boy. Yeah, her name is Roxy. Aw, cute. Roxy as a name, like, Roxy is a cute name, but Roxy as a name is slightly ruined for me. I had an ex who had an alternate personality named Roxy. It's fun. My friend Kosei is kind of dumb. What did they do? Phylan with a box of God cat emote. Hell yeah. Oh, Odin is snoring. Sometimes he'll start dreaming while he's sleeping on me. And he'll like start twitching a lot. Very cute. What you drinking, Jackie Pal? I think she was drinking wine, last I checked. Gotta go. Have a good one, Hyper. Chat, is Aqua single? Aggressively so, yes. I've been single for 11 months and 3 weeks. And yes, I know the exact date. Yes, I know the exact date. I don't have any trauma surrounding that. Why are you keeping track like that? Because it was pretty hard not to remember it when the date was like posted on the letter. And it's not that I keep track, it's just I'm really good at remembering things, Flower. Aggressively single had such bad connotations, don't end up on a list. No, it's not on a list, it's just as a new person here, if I was Aqua's girlfriend, I would cheat on him. Well, that's why I would never date you, Blaine. But yeah, no, it's not. It's just, I want to have a partner, but, you know, there's things that I have to do, and just, like, there's a lot of things going into it. Just teasing you. And also, my last relationship I was like with them for 4 years, and then they went off in the middle of the night. Thinking of doing, but the thread is addictive. Fair enough. But yeah, they just disappeared in the middle of the night, so it's like, that hurt. They also took the other cat. I mean, it was their cat. But we got it together. Long cat goes meow meow. Right now, though, he's actually snoring. Hi. That sucks. Yofanaku isn't a ghosty wee dick. Yeah, I'm sure. Eventually. We've killed 600 zombies in 11 days. We're still killing 50 zombies a day. Give him a butt pat from me. My cat loves butt pats. There you go. He seems to be taking offense to this. I just saw it from the perspective of the chat, just like Odin just being like, what the fuck? It's like, why am I violated? Why am I being violated? He knows everything? Yes, he does. Everything that was, is, and ever will be. He is now aggressively cleaning himself. Fucking fat ass cat. He's not fat! K-Bay! Hi, Bay. How you doing? He's not even fat. He's just fluffy. He's like 11 pounds. Which is perfectly acceptable for a cat. He's not even fat. You take that back. Hey, K-Bay. Good to see you again. Well, there goes that. Why obese? What do you mean, why obese? That was violent and unexpected. Flower is very protective of this child. What's the game? This is Project Zomboid, a zombie apocalypse simulator. No, not Flower Law. You hitting the... Well, these are zombies, so... I'm a good bean, you know. Yeah, fuck him. What else are you streaming on? Twitch. Twitch and YouTube. Place one day with one of the cats. Aw. Quiet Place. Oh, yeah, the one with the cat. That's the Quiet Place 2. Does Odin have OnlyFans? No, he does not. Yeah, that's the second to Quiet Place. So, Quiet Place is a really good movie. But yeah, if Odin had an OnlyFans, I'd feel scrupulously problem. My Odin currently does have an OnlyFans. Excuse me. Oh, does not have an OnlyFans. For normal cat stuff. Who makes an OnlyFans for normal cat stuff? Who makes an OnlyFans for normal cat stuff? The implication is not generally a good thing. Brock Jacobs, 147. Hello. Murphy's Law. Something like that. Oh god, Sprinter. Okay. My cat would never make it. My cat would. Me and him trust each other fairly well. Me and him have actually hunted together before. Like small creatures in my house. The one I voted, he has crap death perception, fair. Oh, that's a Sprinter. That's not fair at all. Alright, we found some cigarettes. What did you hunt? Spiders? No, like mice and stuff like that. We almost caught a ferret one time, too. Hello, Going Underground. Good to see ya. Tomcats are great and cuddly. Yes, he is. Where did you find wild ferrets? Northern Canada. The magical land of Canada. Albuquerque? No, the magical land that's known as Canada. That's where I found them. Let me know if you get the reference. Cool game? It is a good game. You must have taken the wrong turn at Albuquerque. It's K-Bay. The wrong turn at Albuquerque? Yeah, it's a zombie apocalypse survival. What's your stance on polygamy? Bad? Good? It's literally up to the people. Polygamy can be bad, but it also can be great. It really depends on the individuals involved. There's no, like, hard line of polygamy. I have several friends who are polyamorous. I mean, okay, so polygamy is like a bad institution. So like polygamy is a bad institution. Polyamory is a different thing. Like polygamy can be used for bad, it could be used for good. Polyamory is like, it really depends on like the polyamorous people involved. I would like many wife, but why would you like many wife? Are you capable of equally loving many wives? Are you polyamorous or are you just wanting sex with different women? I got it for like 13 pounds. Going Underground can get it for you Steam too. Yeah, it's a good game. I'd also never die if I lost my glasses. I would also die if I lost my glasses. Yes, whiskey bottle. Do I know what I have? I do have the rags. Many wife, many strife, two gutter. Is it multiplayer? It can be, absolutely. Many wife, many... Well, it really depends. Most people, like, majority of people are not polyamorous. Some people are. Oh, a sharp bat. Once again, it all depends on the people involved. I, myself, am not poly. Can you offered many wives? I have not been offered many wives. But, like, I personally would not want many wives because I could not equally love all of them. And nor would I, like, feel like that's good. What is the name of the belief you felt? I'm just curious, as someone who, like, it began with P. Panpsychism. Panpsychism is the philosophy. Typo, can they afford many wives? Can they afford many wives? I certainly could not, but even then, I wouldn't want many wives. I'm very happy. I'd be very happy. I want one! All I want is one! Please! I keep it to myself, that's my thing, that's where it end up help me? Yeah. Can you spell it? Oh, sure. Panpsychism. I might have spelt it wrong, but you'll get the thing in the Google Garage. Many wife, many household income. True, polyamorous people might have a chance in this economy. They might have a chance in this economy. Like, the amount... So, like... Okay, so I have friends, they're poly. Like, there's this group, poly women that I know. There's Riley, Rila, and Ayu. They're all poly. There's another poly. I mean, Flower is poly. And then one of my exes was poly. Although she didn't know she was poly until long after we stopped dating. So it was just friends. Orthodox community to have wife work instead of husband, and I think that'd be good. Why? Everybody should work. I want to be equal in terms of my partner. However, if my wife makes a lot more money than me, I am certainly not going to complain. What will you do if one of them gets sick and can't work? These are very important questions, yeah. Nordic societies were influenced by Lutheranism. Okay. Not the way. Secular societies still survive despite Christianity. And have taken hold despite Christianity. They're not purely atheistic society that has done well. Sure, but they're secular. They're still secular society. They're not a Christian society. They are a secular society. Like 100%, they're a secular society. To claim anything otherwise is, I find, to be ridiculous. Austrian painter. What? Karl Marx, Mao, and Lenin and Stalin are examples of what atheism leads to. You know. Okay. If you want to go that way, Mohammed, the Catholic Church, Pol Pot, who's the guy that thought that was Pol Pot? These are all examples of what religion leads you to. I'd be very careful at picking specific people in history and saying that that's what that leads to. Because religion has a very big track record of leading to some of the most horrid regimes. As well. And horrible institutions. Be very careful about what claims you want to make with that one, because you're going to lead to a whole bunch of other things. Pol Pot is my fave dictator. Karl Marx explicitly was about revolution. Christianity was non-violent. Are you going to say to me, to my face, that Christianity is non-violent? Like, to my face, you're going to say to me that the majority of Christianity is non-violent? Really? Really? Hello, Green Goblin. Like, come on, you know history better than that. You cannot make a claim that Christianity is majority nonviolent. Especially since Christianity is, show me where Christ taught zealotry. Doesn't matter if Christ taught zealotry or not. Doesn't matter. Christians used his name in the acts of some of the most horrible things. You made a claim that Christianity was nonviolent. Unfortunately, Christianity is not. That's not a claim that is any defensible. It doesn't matter what Christ taught. Christianity is nonviolent. It does. That's Christianity. What call were you in? Please don't say KKK. No, I was a Jehovah's Witness, which is slightly less worse than the KKK. It does. That's Christianity. That's a no true Scotsman fallacy, not the way. You can't say, oh, they weren't Christian. The feck you mean? That's a no true Scotsman fallacy. Christianity has a long and bloody history. What's KKK? The Ku Klux Klan. It does matter. Christianity is defined by the early church teachings. It obviously fecking isn't. He thinks cults are bad now. KKK. Just like communism is defined by Karl Marx. Okay? So? And people have changed the meanings and developed their own versions of communism. They're still communists. Same as how Christians have taken their own things. Heck, the early Christian church fathers went above and beyond what Jesus actually said. Because Jesus didn't talk about everything. So is that really Christian? No. Why are a ton of people arguing about this, bro? I just want to watch PZ. Because I put the engagement bait to former cult member. Now atheists can always start a conversation. And people take offense to the fact that atheists exist. That's why. And ask questions. That's literally the reason why. But yeah, no. You cannot stand on two legs of saying that Christianity is nonviolence. Historically, and to this day, Christians still kill other Christians. Look at the story of what's happening in Russia. Look at what Trump is invoking. Look at how Christian nationalists are using it. Jesus and the apostles didn't say pray to Mary, but the Catholic Church prays to Mary. Clearly they are wrong. Is the map randomized? No, but the loot and specific where zombies are and loot and sometimes some houses will spawn with a basement is randomized. Clearly they are wrong. How do you know? Christ would not condone that behavior. How do you know? Can you talk to Christ directly? Why don't get him on the air? Let's talk to him and ask him directly. That's a problem. You can't say that these are not Christians because they don't do things that way you expect them to do it. They identify as Christians. That is going to be the best you can possibly do. Because if you are going to say that these are not Christians because they are not doing it in a very specific way, then your faith comes into question. You may not be the Christian. You may not be true Christian either. If you're going to throw into doubt all these other things, the same arguments can be applied to your faith. And you don't want to do that. Because then you might not be. Christ's Sermon on the Mount is nonviolent? Okay. So? It doesn't matter. Look at the consequences. Look at what's happened. The apostles and early church fathers followed these teachings? Okay. So? Look at what it turned into. Look at the inevitable results of those teachings. Look at the inevitable results of those teachings. Maybe there's something wrong with them. That was not taught by Christ? Yeah. And communists did stuff that Karl Marx did not want to have happened either. What's your fucking point? Right? Look at, once again, your argument is so absurd to try to put this claim. You can throw these at yourself. Holy rage bait, get them out? No. It's funnier to show how wrong they are to me. Karl Marx said revolution was a part of it? Sure. Did Karl Marx say that you needed to kill the entire Romanov family? No, he did not. And yet they did it because they believed that they needed to do it and were pretending to follow the will of some kinds. This goes on with the Crusades. This goes on with the Inquisition. And this goes on with colonialism. We have to teach those savages. Jesus Christ never said anything about rising up against Rome. And yet, that's weird because a lot of Christians believe that would eventually happen. By God. Interesting. Maybe not them personally, but God would come in and destroy them. Who said don't fear those who kill the body? Once again, you're still not working here. None of your arguments work, because if you try to apply any sort of critical thinking to them, they fall apart. Like fecking toilet paper in the toilet bowl. Like, that's not good arguments. Anyways, secular societies are pretty cool, and I'm very glad that they exist. And they exist despite Christianity. And Muslims, and every other faith. Noah Early rose up, socialism sucks. Why does socialism suck? Because what is socialism, Bricks? What is socialism? I'm curious. What is socialism? That's Christianity? Once again, how often do you stream? Often. You can criticize Rizzy Respupu with Christian morals? No, you can't just say, hey, this is the proper form of Christianity. You can try all you like, but that's not going to work because another Christian will say the same thing about you. So who do we believe? Not all Christians can be right, but all Christians can be wrong. Which one would you, trying to make an argument that one is the correct and one is not is going to be a problem. Even many of the founding fathers had to Christian morals? Barely. Certainly not the same Christian morals that the founding church did. And Nordic society still hold to Lutheran models, which Lutheran models is Protestantism, and Protestantism is not necessarily based off the first church. So once again, your argument falls flat. Your argument is not coherent and does not make any rational sense, and can therefore, if you're going to come up with a better argument, please come up with a better argument. Please. Or talk about something else. I like your cat. Yeah, my cat's great. Weren't some founding fathers interfering with their slave girls and all? Yeah. We don't talk about those. Surely those Christian morals. I mean, heck, Christian morals fecking includes slavery. Slavery is perfectly fine under Christian morality. That's something that Christians don't like. There is nothing wrong with slavery under Christian morality. At least explicitly stated. And especially explicitly stated among the first church. Because socialism steals from hardworking people. I like your cat too. Does socialism... Christians were the first abolitionists? And they were abolitionists despite the fact they were Christians. They were not abolitionists because they were Christian. They were abolitionists because they felt that that was wrong. They had to fight against the church to be able to be abolitionists. So once again, argument falls flat. Because socialism steals from hardworking people. How does socialism steal from hardworking people? How does socialism steal from hardworking people? Not every Christian follows the teachings of Jesus. You have to compare what he taught. And yet, they're still Christian. by your own admission in that statement, they are a Christian. Whether or not you think they are right is irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, that's based on faith and in your interpretation, rather than actual reason. John Calvin had served as slain. This is more similar to what the Pharisees did. Some Christians are Crips, some Christians are Blood Gang. Yeah, you're working with bad assumptions. Many are not Christian in practice. Sure. But many are, and many Christians practice slavery and were good Christians, or considered good Christians. Once again, you do not want to be making these arguments because it really just shows how bad Christianity can get. And thank goodness we have secularism despite it. So doing what he says matters? Does it? Being good to your people matters. Yeah, once again, Jesus died. Is atheism better? Atheism is, it's not about is atheism better. Atheism is the rejection of a truth claim. I am a secular humanist. Atheism just means I don't believe that your God exists. Why do atheists give less and volunteer? Holy feck, do I hate this argument because it doesn't A, match up to the knowledge that we get. Number two, fucking heard this one all the time. Number two, so for one, the research actually shows that atheists and theists give more to their local communities. Specifically. For example, theists rarely give to secular organizations. Rarely. They give to religious organizations. Humanism steals from Christian morals. Steals? Makes it better. Hardworking people have to pay for people who don't work. If you think that's what socialism is, then you don't understand what socialism is, Bricks. Socialism is about owning the means of production and not allowing those people at the top to have everything that you worked hard for. So, in reality, the fact that you don't like hardworking people getting money stolen means that you might be actually a socialist because the people at the top are the ones stealing all of your money. Ta-da. Anyways, atheists typically don't have a community. Typically, most atheists I know do. Atheism is usually self-centered. Incorrect. Atheism is a rejection of a truth claim. In fact, most atheists are actually believe in the supernatural of some variety. So once again, your straw mans have no power here. Also, majority of atheists are white, middle, and upper class and detached from the poor. Incorrect. The reason why some atheists are going to be white is because they're allowed to be. In other countries, to be an atheist means you get to be murdered, aka
Iran, Iraq, Pakistan.
You get to be murdered because you're an atheist. And for the majority of atheism history, you'd be murdered if you were an atheist, including in your precious Christian churches. Peer review proves all the statements I've made. No, it doesn't. No, it quite literally doesn't. I actually fact-checked your work about atheists giving less than Christians. And it doesn't work. The word doesn't... The actual message does not work for you. And also, it's a dumb thing, because if your tenets, if your belief is to say, hey, you need to give this money or else you will be punished in the church, are you going to give or you're not going to give? Giving under duress and giving because you are X? Brooks 2006. Oh, 2006. That is 20 years old. Good study, bro. Good study. And also, I wonder how biased that is. Actually, it's very biased, because I double-checked that, too. I have never disagreed with a single thing Hosty Host says. He's the most sensible here. Well, I mean, always take my words with a grain of salt. I'm just a man at the end of the day. I can very much still be wrong. Still remains valid? No, it doesn't. Once again, is it actual charity if you are forced to give or expected to give? Newer studies confirm the same. Which ones? Because the newer studies, to me, shows that most people give to their in-groups. Atheists volunteer and give to the Satanic Temple. Or do you think that protesting in the streets is a form of charity? Last time, I don't know if you were the one who said it, but did you say that blood donation is not the same as charity? Do you think that giving the blood is not the same as charity? Because I'm an atheist, and I donated blood a couple weeks ago, and I'm waiting for the next little while before I can donate blood again. Is that not charity? Granted, I am one person. That's anecdotal. But that's a secular society, and so once again, atheism, I'm not saying atheism is the worldview. Christians provide the most to homeless shelters, adopt the most, because they created those institutions. So why create an entirely different institution? And also, adopting the most. That's a scary thing too, because plenty of Christians adopt people just so they can bring them up. They want to save their soul. That's horrible. My most recent ex, was adopted by parents that functioned exactly like that. Adoption, if done a certain way, can be one of the most damaging things you can do to another person. Why didn't atheists create useful institutions?
NASA.
Do you think scientific institutions are useless? What about the secular worlds that we live in? What about the Satanic Church? The Satanic Church is an atheistic institution. Atheism is not selfish, it's a rejection of a truth claim. I just heard a zombie. Science was not created by atheists, but our understanding of it has been improved the most by atheists. Because they don't fall under the bad bias. Because they don't try to prove a bias. Nearly every great university was created by Christians. Okay? And those universities are still are actually doing something because we are not doing that. The top foundational scientists were theists. Keyword, were. The 7 tenets of Satanism are spot on rules to follow. Yeah, Satanism is also, like the Satanic Church, is a great institution that protects Christians. That protects Muslims. That protects Hindus. That protects Sikhs. Yeah, because you are making an anachronistic statement. You are saying all these things were created by Christians. Well, that's because back then everybody was Christian. Because if you were an atheist, you would be murdered or ostracized. That is one of the most anachronistic statements you can possibly make. Once again, you do not want to be making this. Atheism has hindered science.
What? What?
You get hypotheses that have zero data.
What?
Atheism has hindered science. Yeah, it's not like Christianity God still loves you. It's not like Christianity tries to still go after young Earth creation, still denies evolution, is the basis for the flat Earth movement. Has stopped medical examinees to be able to be a thing, to be able to stop women's science, to be able to be regularly viewed and be able to be tested in different ways because of women purity. I can keep going on. It has the greatest scientists were Christians. Once again, anachronistic. And not all scientists believe in the multiverse theory. Like, what? You're like, whoa. And as if some, and if the fact that some do think that that's a thing, right? Once again, you think that on average, atheists have hindered scientists more than Christians? Fecking Christians have hindered the progress of other Christian scientists. Galileo! What? Thoughts on India? India is an interesting country. Newton himself was one of the greatest contributors and gave praise to God. Once again, you are consistently bringing up arguments that I'm telling you they're bad, and then you just go to the same argument. Newton was not an atheist, because to be an atheist meant to be fucking ostracized or murdered. He grew up in a society that only taught God, specifically their version of the Christian God. They were not taught anything else. So once again, your thing did. Enlightenment led to eugenics, and atheists spearheaded the movement. Eugenics was led by atheists? Really? No, they were not. The people that headed the eugenics movement in the United States were people like the Ku Klux Klan, who were extremely religious. The people that headed the eugenics movements primarily in the German variety had Gott ins Munz inscribed on their belts. In God's hands. So once again, nice straw man. Wonderful straw man. You clearly do not have a good grasp on history, it seems. Bitch, those frogs made the chemicals to turn the other animals gay. Odin is talking to God in his dreams. He is snoring right now. But once again, was Newton right about everything? The man drank mercury. KKK was not Christian. KKK was most definitely Christian. Means God with us. Gott mean uns? No, Gott mean uns. Meet is hands. In God's hands. In we generally translate with God is with us, but Gott mean uns. In God's hands. Big witty itty bitty baby? Yeah, witty itty bitty baby. He is eternal and infinite, omnipotent, omniscient. That is his duration reaches from eternity to eternity. Cool. Nice, non-verifiable hypothesis. Nice, unverifiable hypothesis. Maybe I have it wrong, Puke. Gott mean ins. Oh, maybe. Hand in German. Oh, it's hand. I thought it was... Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong in that way. See? I'm just a man. Anyways, nice unverifiable hypothesis. Jesus didn't say to burn crosses or wear capes. Cool. They still profess to be Christian. They still believe in the good Lord in the Bible. Once again, not the way. Nice unverifiable hypothesis. I am that I am. Pickle. I wish I was a pickle in this current moment. It'd be the funniest thing you've ever seen. I want to scratch my nose so fucking badly right now. Holy fuck. That was unpleasant. The real God, which at our inside connected completely free, it's already there. But that's not Christian. I hear a zombie. Where'd you come from? KKK was literally modeled after the Knights Templar, but you have to understand, their new true Scotsman fallacy means that everybody besides his specific belief system is not Christian. You have to understand, that's where they come from. Everybody. We can infer through fine-tuning, consciousness, logic, that there is a mind. The God hypothesis at least grounds logic. No, it doesn't. Because either God existed before or after logic. If he existed before logic, then we're talking about an illogical creature. He is, you can't, a creature so esoteric that logic does not apply to them, so you can't use logic to apply that to God. You just can't. God, right? Next, so a fine-tuning just pushes back the problem. Atheism fails to ground anything because atheism doesn't try to ground anything. Atheism is not attempting to ground anything. It is a rejection of your claim of God. And Knights Templar does not match nonviolence that the early church taught. Once again, no true Scotsman. What grounds logic? Minds, you fail. Human minds. What grounds logic? The universe and the consistent patterns that exist within it. That's what grounds logic. No, he has decided to move. We no longer have the Odin. Thoughts on smoking synthetic marijuana and having a seizure? Well, I don't smoke marijuana in any sort of capacity. I think the church has a dark side. You think? I think I think that much is pretty certain. Early church literally endorsed genocide. What does no true Scotsman mean? I feel like I should know. So the no true Scotsman is a logical fallacy wherein someone is making an argument that group A is bad, right? Let's say they're bad for a reason, right? And the person who they're arguing with, they say they're in group A, but that person they're arguing says, actually, no, we're not part of group A, we're part of group B. Group B and group A are two very different things, right? And they can keep going on. They're like, oh, they're not real Christians, for instance, right? It's just like, oh, the church has condoned horrible things, right? But then they say, well, those are not true Christians. Well, then who are true Christians, right? Oh, well, it's this type of criteria. It's these types of people, right? Which doesn't work. Anyway, so logic is grounded in mass and location. Logic is a tool, a mental tool. The mass and location are the neurons in our brain. Why are we bringing Scots into it? Because it's a joke. It's the specific origin of it is to do with it's kind of like a play on words. It's like a little riddle, I believe, where like Scots people, it's just like, oh, the Scots did some really bad things. Well, if they were Scotsmen, they wouldn't have done those bad things. If they were true Scotsmen, they wouldn't do bad things. And that's kind of like the joke of it. Evidence is required from the one making the claim that exists outside of the observable reality, i.e. religion. Yeah. I found the cutest gore animal drama. What? Did the classical laws of logic exist prior to human minds? No. Same as how mathematics didn't. During breath or work is great. Yeah, breath work is pretty good. I should work into that. This is a great chat. I try. So the law of non-contradiction didn't exist. The processes that we base the law of non-contradiction on did exist. But the law of non-contradiction, as we have described it, and as we put it into pen and paper, didn't exist until humans decided to. It's just a furry content. Oh god. I do know about the Andes cats. But I mean, you're the one arguing literally the basis of quantum mechanics. Oh, Rila's gonna come in with quantum mechanics. This is gonna be fun. But I mean, I'm just like, even the logic is like, exactly, so what are the grounds for that? What do you mean the grounds for? Grounds for what? I might have a chance to get some gas. The Easter Bunny is Jerry's persona. I'm just gonna let Rila go off on you because this is gonna be fun. Rila has more understanding of physics than I do. I just work based on logical, rational reasoning. If not grounded with mass and location or human minds, where? I told you where I think they are grounded. This stream is like from the man from Earth, yeah. I told you where I think it is from. The processes, though, that exist in the universe still exist, regardless of whether humans are go. The process of the processes exist whether or not humanity exists. But us making models, right? Logic is a model based on the universe. Hi, Cups. Logic is a model, same as how math is a model of the universe. To understand it, it's a language to help us understand it. The reason why we have the law of non-contradiction is because there's nothing in the universe that exists that would break the law of non-contradiction. Except quantum mechanics. Okay, I need this gas. Lore. Yeah, we have a theist that's trying very, very hard to show that God logically exists, and it's not going well. They have gone through 3 different types of argumentation, and it's not going well. It's not going well. We gotta pet the God cat? The God cat. Logic itself as an entity exists only due to human minds and results of evolution and chance. The objects and principles we use logic to understand exist outside of any conscious existence. Precisely what I've been saying. Get kissed, idiot. Odin, yeah. Is owning the show. Rila is great. Rila is awesome. Then it doesn't exist prior to human evolution? No! That's what we've been telling you! The processes exist. But logic itself, no. I've told you that how many times? I think you'd be great at hosting auctions. And we got a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Do we got a $10? Do we got $10? I hear 15. Do I hear 15? No one can defy the law of physics who say Jesus isn't real. Yeah, something along those lines. That was true. The law of non-contradiction did not exist prior to human minds. The process that the law of non-contradiction is based on did exist. But the actual, law and the model we created did not exist prior to human minds. So, remember, you are conflating 2 things that are not. Oh, I mean, Rila is getting even more specific. You're a model? I cannot be a model. Gives you a hug. Why is there ERP happening in my chat? Stop the URP happening in my Twitch chat immediately. That the law of identity existed, otherwise we wouldn't even have a universe. The process that the law of identity is based on does exist. Yeah, like, you are completely missing the point. You are conflating this idea. Once again, what was it? I think it was Phylan that said this. It's like, oh, you're basing it entirely off Aristotelian logic. Which is not, like, what most people use anymore. What you're trying to do is show that logic had to be created, and then you want to say this really cool thing, that logic had to have a beginning, and therefore your God is true, right? You want to make a syllogy of, like, that makes God exist. I've seen this argument before. I am going to fucking ban Val and Cups if they keep fucking ERPing in my chat. But yeah, you have no reason to believe that logic, you have nothing outside of logic to think that that is the case. How many viewers on Twitch? In fact, those guys, sure they watch the same host as us, but on Twitch, you? No, they're funny. They're funny. I find them funny. I know them IRL. I have 8 viewers on Twitch. What are they doing that's so bad? No, I'm trying to be funny. Doom Jury? Yeah, that's what they're doing, is Doom Jury. I only come to YouTube to drop facts. Yeah, I know. Once again, like, they're trying so hard to conflate the processes of the universe to being logic itself when that doesn't add up. And they can't seem to wrap it around their head that they're two distinct things. When I'm isolated by my job fair. Oh god, I need to focus. So a tree does not fall in a forest when a conscious mind is not there. We know this is false. Okay, but that's not logic. That's a process. That's, once again, you doing the same thing over and over again. What is the definition of insanity? What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again. You are conflating two different things. You are saying A is A, when A is not A. We are saying that they are two different things. A is A, B is B. When you're trying to say A and B are exactly the same, when they're not exactly the same. Did I just see a chat that says grabs you by your pubes? Did I just see a comment that said grabs you by your pubes? And is there fucking Omegaverse stuff happening in my no. Stop. Do not you are my mod, Cups.
Cups, you are my mod.
The tree and gravity are a system that exists outside of any logic process. Things were true and not true. There was no identity. Wrong. They are logical processes. They have an identity. Oh, see, that's the problem, is you believe, you are asserting that your view of logic is true, which no logicist has ever been able to do. What the actual feck is going on between the full religion speech and the ooh talking chat. I need new pills. Saberith, help. Saberith, help. Helped. An atheist universe based purely on minds leads to an incoherent mess. I don't think that I think the universe completely exists without minds. The universe could have had no minds in it whatsoever. And those processes would continue on all the same. Why do you keep straw-manning me? Why do you keep straw-manning atheism? You keep straw-manning. We can get a harem. What the fuck? You want to get grabbed by your bush too? Cops. 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 I don't have a bush, but cops. I was thinking about booting stream at some point today. I've decided against this now. Just don't do it with YouTube. Man wakes up, straw man's atheism, goes back to bed. It's like, stop straw manning me! The universe and the things in it are objective. Logic is irrelevant to the universe. Logic is a process conscious creatures use to understand that objective reality. No matter how many times you say this to them, they are not going to understand it because they believe they are one and the same, because it helps them prove their specific worldview. You are allowed to have your idea, but don't assume that your idea is more correct. But then again, this person also thinks that that Christians can only exist if they follow specifically what Jesus taught. But Jesus did not teach Christianity, he taught Judaism! So you should be a Jew! He taught Christianity as well? No, he didn't. He didn't teach Christianity. He taught a slightly different philosophy on Judaism. And then the people that followed him after his death took it into a completely different step and decided as a group to ignore everything. He taught what would become Christianity? Yes, he did teach what would become Christianity, but at the heart of the day, he was not Christian, he was Jewish. He was a follower of Judaism, just of a specific school of philosophy. He taught Judaism. What the fuck was I reading for the past 15 minutes? Fecking Val. I grew up Catholic, I should know this. I mean, Catholics, yeah, ooh-woo. But like at the end of the day, Jesus taught Judaism. And then every person that called themselves Christian proceeded to never read the book and do whatever the hell they wanted. Yeah. They're still Christian though. What's worth? I'm Orthodox. You two should fucking fight each other now. I am not allowed to kiss my wives and tell them I love them, but Cups can go around grabbing bushes. Yeah, fucking Cups. My daughter is trying her life, as she should. Then yeah, consistent no true Scotsman fallacy. It's like, only my specific ideas of faith make me a Christian. Everything else is wrong, and that's why they are wrong. Sorry, hun, come here, puppy. Oh god, what's in the bottle? Just water? Yeah, I don't like drinking normal water, but I like this flavored water. Jesus brings a prostitute to dinner and has a book written about him. I do it and I get kicked out of the family barbecue. It's unfair. Roleplay, join the Omegaverse. Feck no. Fair. She shouldn't. She demanded that Ben text her friend so they can come to the park. She doesn't do that with me. She's only like that with Ben. Don't roleplay in my fucking chat, please. Stay out of that. Fucking puppy play. Of course you guys are into puppy play. What if I want to get my... I am going to ban you. They threw herself on the ground when he told her... Ugh. Snug. Dommy, Aqua is mean. You can time people out in chat. I probably should. At this point, please stop. Why are you trying to come between our love? Homophobic. Stop! See, you said you at Twitch, too. Yeah, no, my Twitch is just being absolutely feral for a moment. Puppy and Dami are our actual pet names. We do actually... Stop! I don't need to know this. So, the mean token cis man can't hurt you when you're between my thighs. I can't give you a sword, Saberith. I can't. New YouTube was one true faith. Normally it's YouTube that's feral. What has happened to my Twitch chat? It's so feral. I'd say y'all need Jesus, but we know that won't work. Something along those lines. Goddamn. Hey, just out of interest, can you share what you believe or don't? The answer to that is very long. I'm a secular humanist. Aqua, can you recruit us to JW? Maybe it'll fix us. There is no fixing you, Cups. Cups, there is literally nothing that will fix you. Nothing on Earth can fix you, Cups. Not again. Val, there might be something that can fix her, but, you know, that'd be homophobic. I'm being threatened by ankle biters. I'm just interested but not judging. Ask me that question another time, Jackie. Ask me that question another time when I'm in the better headspace to answer that. But I'm a secular humanist, Jackie. When there is no gays in your chat. Yeah, because because it's the gay people that are being the problem, huh? Uh-huh. Is that the case? Gay people are always the problem, Aqua. I did not say that.
I did not say that.
Fuck off. What's your favorite food? Pizza. Pizza's great. Aqua, careful. Cancel. I have a recording of that voice line by Aqua. I left for 5 but then guess we do this now. Stop! I'll be living in your room in the room next to you in a year. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm just kidding. I'm perfectly fine with this. That'll be really interesting to explain to a potential future, like, love prospect. Oh yeah, I live with 2 other women. Oh, really? Yeah, there's going to be potentially 3 other women if you don't help with this. What is secular humanists? Like I said, give me a time to explain this at another time. Unfortunately, and they were roommates. IU, this is... Oh, feck! That's a sprinter coming for my ass. Brock Jacobs, hello. Is PZ permadeath? Yes. Well, it is permadeath, absolutely, but you can spawn in the same world with a different character. Like. How I feel right now? What do you mean, how you feel right now? What do you mean, how you feel right now? Riley and I actually are married, so no longer just roommates? Yeah. I'm going to be living with a really gay couple, possibly a throuple eventually. Depends on how sad my love life becomes. Make it a good one. What do you mean, make it a good one? Make what a good one? The naturalist who says everything is physical has to account for truths that are clearly not physical, not located anywhere, not made of anything. Yeah, it's called We Don't Know It Yet. Ta-da! By the time Rila comes, we have our own place. As if I won't be there either. Yet absolutely binding on all reason, including reasoning about physics. There's a significant explanatory buried in. It's called We Don't Know It Yet. However, to claim that you have it, you have an incredible burden to say your God exists. And no theist has ever been able to live up to that burden of proof. Are you really serious about that? Serious about what? What cult were you in? Wolfen Works, I was a Jehovah's Witness for most of my life. I left about 5 years ago, and so it has to be physical? I didn't say it has to be. But the burden of proof is onto you. We don't know yet. YouTube fan alive? Yeah. Just buy Aqua at Doghouse and keep Odin inside the house? Bruh. We don't know yet. Good thing you got away? Yeah. I left about 5 years ago. COVID gave me the ability to rationally and critically think about my beliefs. Unfortunately, in the process, I lost all my family. But then you concede it can be immaterial. Sure, it could be. But I have no reason to think it could be. Gotta go, gang. Have a good one, Tamo. There could be a God that exists. 100%. There could be a God that exists. Sure. I have no reason to believe currently that that exists. None. Not good reasons. That just proves it was a cult. We'll be our landscaper and we want ourselves to be taking good care of our staff. What the fuck? Then an insulated doghouse if he's doing landscaping if he close to work. Bro. The naturalist who says everything is physical has to account for truths that are clear. You're repeating yourself. You've conceded already. I didn't concede anything. That doesn't make your point true. Because once again, if you can't prove it, then how can we know it exists? If you are going to say that there is something beyond the physical, then we have to find another way to detect something that is beyond the physical. But then if we're able to detect it, is it just not part of our physical universe? We will be the best people he can live with? I try. Mama, ooh. I like how this guy is trying to be like, I got you, I finally got you. It's just like, man, you haven't proved shit. You are making assertions and not coming out to anything. That's the problem. You can keep him a hamster water bottle, keep him hydrated. I mean, I wouldn't mind that too bad, as long as the water's good. Shock collars help with problems. You do not put a shock collar on me. There is only one type of woman that will put a shock collar on me, and neither Riley, Rila, or IU are one of those types of women. Since I will be home all day, I'm going to take care of a lot of things. It might even include Aqua when making food. I mean, you don't have to worry about that. I'm pretty But I mean, if you want to, I'm not going to say no. Absolutely not. I like when food comes my way. I will not say no to food. Did you see Hassan with the shock collar? I've heard of things, yes. There's a lot of memes. A son with a shot collar. Yeah, so I'm aware of the stuff that happens. I only have one rule because my German is making me really pissed about one thing. What? Man, there's only one type of woman there. Shoes stay at the fucking entrance. I'm in Canada! We always put our shoe at the entrance. Always! I live in Canada, that's always been a thing. You never wear your shoes in the house in Canada. Are you German? No, one of my chatters is. I'm Canadian. Every single place, everyone kept wearing shoes. Where have you been going? Oh, another tactical shotgun with nothing in it. Okay, never mind. I am Canadian. What makes seemingly really different from the thing is we are the power? Right? Neat little philosophy. Most people who didn't care about keeping their home clean. I guess, but yeah, I've never worn shoes in the house. Ever. Especially since I wear, like, work boots all the time. Especially since, like, a lot of the places I lived in had fucking carpets. Oh, a fully functional bulletproof vest. Hell yeah. Hello, Alaskador. Okay, I have an idea. What cult of cultist were you? What cult were you in? I was a Jehovah's Witness for most of my life. Left about 5 years ago, and I left because COVID came. Like the birds in my garden, friend. Cheap, cheap, cheap. At Riley's place, we kept wearing shoes because our parents turned their home into with my allergies and asthma. People do things. He's in 99 Nights in the Forest. What? I got an extreme scene. I'm gonna get tired. I'm also getting hungry. On top of the dog. Ew! Fresh. Come here. Riley moving to a different place is one of the best things that happened to her. I don't get it. Do you know the nuclear orthodoxy cult? I do not know about the nuclear orthodoxy cult. Although that seems like interesting. Let me see. Nuclear orthodoxy. A Russian eschatological political concept which believes that Russia must build up its military, particularly its nuke, in order to prepare for the second coming. Isn't this what the basis for what's that? Metro Exodus? This feels like Metro Exodus. Shoes indoors is just weird. Yeah, you know it's. I would never have shoes on indoors. You're cool, keep doing what you do. I appreciate it. We do it just not to track mud and all this stuff in the house, but it's not a requirement to take them off. Yeah, to me, that's really fucking weird. We're even blessing rockets on ICBMs. Yeah, that's some Warhammer 40k bullshit. Let me bless the ICBM. Why would anyone want to bring outdoor crap inside? Like, I have indoor shoes if I'm doing things that need shoes, but you? Yeah, I will have, like, flip-flops. That's about it. I'm so fucking close to the gas. Please let me get to the gas before the power runs out, please. Do you have a cat? Yes, I do. He's right there. His name is Odin. You missed when he was sleeping on my arms for the most of it. Uh-oh. I may have bit off more than I can chew here. Run, Bo, run. It's okay. I've got this. If I can take care of these two zombies, I might be able to have a place to kind of rest for a bit and then keep pushing forward, because I need to get into that gas station before the power runs out. I've been trying to subscribe, but I can't. You may already be subscribed. Go get a job. I already have a job. Oh God, Sprinter. Sprinters do not stop getting less scarier as time goes on. Are you the nice kind of Canadian or the one who plays hockey? I mean, they're kind of one and the same, but I don't play hockey. I try my best. I like to think that I'm a nice kind of Canadian. Saberith is the mean kind of Canadian, but he doesn't play hockey. I heard you mention lawn care last time. Do you get your own clients? No, I work for somebody else. Aqua is the nice guy. I try. Do you get your own client? Yeah, no, I work for somebody else. He gets the clients. Although I wouldn't mind starting my own business. It's just hard to do it because you need all the capital startup. Canadian atheists are nicer than American atheists? I don't know. Canadians in general are nicer than Americans. Canadian Christians are nicer than American Christians. I think that's just a Canadian thing rather than a than a theological thing. Time to leave. So much gore? Yep. I'd be a zombie apocalypse. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Reminds me of Resident Evil. I mean, it is a zombie apocalypse. I think this channel is, I don't believe in project onto anyone else. For the most part, yeah. I got away from the Colt, yeah. Okay. Only a few zombies left. Oh no, I get that all too well, but I know people that just walk straight into the house without taking shoes out down the couch. Oh. What, were you a Scientologist? I was a Jehovah's Witness. So similar idea. Bullshit on bullshit. Okay. Wait. You have a fancy watch. Give it to me. Yes, I got the fancy watch now. Hell yeah. You open this platform? I tried my best. We need to get out of here. How is that a cult? So Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult because they are a high control group. When I mean cult, I'm talking about high control groups. High control groups follow the BITE model presented by Steve Hassan. And the BITE model stands for behavioral, information, thought, and emotional control. Most organizations will control one or two aspects of your life. They may control your behavior. They may control your emotions or thoughts even. Which they shouldn't, but, you know, they won't be generally classified as a cult. But Jehovah's Witnesses control all four aspects of your life, and to your detriment. And it's not good. But yeah, I can get into more, but I mean, so they coerce adherence with the threat of excommunication if you don't apply, among other things, yeah. In my case, they, disfellowshipped me. And, well, no, I left, but the punishment is still the same regardless. All my work has been undone! All of my work because of one fucking house alarm! I was so close to getting this gas! No! But yes, among of the other things, too. Yeah. That's one of the ways they keep people in. Ironically, though, the police station is open. What the fuck are you on about, Alaskador? Thank you, Jackie. Hope you find something better. I don't think atheism is the answer. Atheism is not an answer. Atheism is a rejection of the truth claim. Atheism is saying, hey, I don't believe you. every god that I've come across with, not just Christian, but Muslim, Hindu, Zoroastrian, other esoteric gods, I don't believe them. I don't believe there's a good enough rational reason to do so. You can if you want, but atheism is not the like answer. It's like, hey, it's saying, nah, I don't think you're right. I don't think your answer is right. Something they always get wrong. Chat.
Hey.
Am I finally able to get to the gas station? After 10 days of trying to make my way through here, do I finally get to go to the gas station? Holy crap, guys. Holy dynamo. What if Assassin's Creed is just a prequel to the Hitman series? I'm not that into religious debating, but I think atheism is a claim. Well, you're allowed to be wrong, but atheism is not a claim. It's just a reactioning stance to other religions. You're saying nothing metaphysical exists. No. Majority of atheists believe in the supernatural to some extent. Fun little factoid about that. So, you are confusing atheism with anti-theism. Two different things. Because if you want to say, and then you're actually probably confusing it with both atheism, agnosticism, and anti-theism. Three different concepts. But Assassin's Creed being the prequel to the Hitman series, I kind of doubt that, but you know. I got pinged on the Discord. Kevin! Kevin's doing his thing. I want to get this gas home and into the vehicle, and then, yeah, I think we're going to end the stream here today. Holy fuck, we have gas. It is a beautiful day, and I can't stop myself from smiling. After how many zombies? I have killed 700 zombies in 12 days. 50 zombies a day for 12 days, and I finally got to the point where I have a car with gas in it. Leave everything in space, which makes space. We finally have a car. 12 days, and just the amount of bodies that I have laid to waste to be able just to get a speck of gas. It's like all that for a drop of blood. What pick NASA took in your... I do not know what you're on about. Okay. Okay, we got a piece of crap car, but at least it works. It can get us to point A to point B. That's good enough. Oh, this thing's nearly dead. Okay, then I guess the terminology is confusing, but God must exist or there would not be existence. Teleological argument. There are problems with that argument. You know the prime mover of Aristotle. You can't argue against that. Yes, I can. Because who moves the prime mover? Why do you guys say that everything must be moved by something except this one special thing? Why? Well, because it has to exist. It's the only thing that makes sense. No, that's not an argument. So yes, I can argue against that. In fact, I've argued against that twice today, no less. Twice today I've argued against it. And there are problems with that. But yeah, fucking, Christians are really going for Aristotelian logic lately. Attempted to. With infinite regress of causes, there wouldn't be anything. It must start somewhere. How do you know? You are asserting a claim. How do you know? Because God is an infinite regress. I'm Muslim, bro. I know, but that's... doesn't matter. How do you know? God itself, being the prime mover, is circular to begin with. It is an infinitely regressive argument, so it doesn't help you regardless. Logically, it can't be any other way. How do you know?
If you should wake to a man-dead world, where virtually all human life had been dissolved from the face of the earth, leaving behind only buildings, bridges, machines. If you should awake to such a world tomorrow morning, what would you do? What would you do?
For one, you probably haven't done research on what our current understanding of time is and how time was. For example, if time doesn't exist, which, you know, before the Big Bang, it didn't exist, then theoretically, there's nothing to be infinite regressive of. But at the same time, it makes the universe always have existed, since time did not exist. It's really hard to wrap your way around it, and I'm not a physicist, so I can't explain it, but that's one of the models that we can explain against it. I absolutely love how religious types always think they'd be so smart. It makes the retort, "Nuh-uh," so much funnier. Oh, how mad they get. I mean, yeah, it's a cause needs a cause, and that cause needs a cause, and that cause needs a cause, and it goes on infinitely, then nothing would exist. Yeah. So what caused the causer? That also doesn't make any logical sense either. And if you're going to say, well, he exists outside of the cause, the great cause, then you'll come into the same problem that you can't use logic to explain a creature like that because that creature is already inherently illogical. And it's effectively a form of special pleading. Anyways, I have a good night, Flower. I am going to end stream. I have been streaming for 5 hours, so I think it's time for me to go. There must be an unmoved mover or a prime mover, an initial cause that is uncaused. How do you know that must be the case? Were you there at the beginning? Logic doesn't work with you because you're still having logical problems. You can't say, I don't, there's a logical problem with this, so my logical problem is true. That's not how logic works. Anyways, I gotta end stream. I am going to make myself a little dinner. As always, thank you so much for joining the stream. As always, you can talk to me next time, and I hope to see most of you back here. I'm sure we'll probably talk about the same things again. Have a good night, Jackie. Have a good night, Saberith. For those of you on YouTube, this is the end of the show, and for those of you on Twitch, this might not be, as we will go find someone to raid. I think I saw Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, come back here. As always, thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope to see you all next time. And until next time, have a good night, sleep well, don't let the bed bugs bite. And until next time, bye for now.
You're in his eyeball.
Yeah.
You like one of them snakes?